about that in a few minutes, and director of the Global Business Center. So I really look forward to talking about the topic that I'm truly passionate about. And I would like to ask Nikki Lewis-Simon to introduce herself now.
Thank you so much, Mabel, and thank you for this opportunity to join everyone today. As Mabel shared, my name is Nikki Lewis-Simon. I'm a commercial litigator at Greenberg Traurig Law Firm based in our Miami office. I also have the privilege of serving as the firm's Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer. I've been practicing law for about 22 years, the last 19 of which have been at Greenberg Traurig, and I'm very excited to be a part of this conversation. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Let me follow that. Thank you, Nikki, Mabel. Great to be with you and great to be with all of you today. So looking forward to the conversation. My name is Ken Boyer. I am with EY. So we are a global professional services firm of about 300,000 people. And I am part of our New York office. A little bit about my bio. I've been with the firm 30 years. So 30 seems to be a big number, but 30 years with the firm. Actually started with the firm in our audit practice. So I'm a recovering auditor, I always say. So I've done audit for the firm for a number of years, consulting with the firm, and now about 10 years in this diversity role. And I lead all of our diverse D&I recruiting for the firm, for our campus and experienced recruits. You know, just to give you a sense, we'll bring in about 15,000 people annually into the firm. And so my team and I really oversee our D&I strategy. And what we think about every day is how do we make EY more diverse? And I spend a lot of time with our clients, a lot of time engaging on the D&I discussion. Inclusive leadership to me is critical to all of this. And so I really look forward to having the dialogue with all of you today. So thanks and great being here.
Thank you, Ken. And I would like us to continue to give an idea of what we do or key messages we don't want people to forget. So we're going to put them up front before we open it up for questions. And with 30 years experience and really doing everything in your firm, if you were to lead people with just a handful of key messages that you want to frame from the beginning, what would that be?
Yeah, thank you for that. You know, I'll give you just a quick story because I think diversity, equity, and inclusion certainly is something that as a firm for EY, we've been focused on for more than 25 years. You know, certainly the names have changed and evolved and the focus, you know, in the early days, it was called like minority recruiting, if you will. But certainly it's evolved to diversity. The definition of diversity has certainly expanded as well. And when I think about what we focus on, obviously gender, ethnicity, but our veterans, the LGBT space, people with disabilities. So there's a big focus of ours in this concept and term called diversity. So that is critically important. We also are focused on inclusion, or what we like to call belonging. And I would just say quickly, belonging, I firmly believe in that concept called belonging or inclusion. And here's why. So when I started with the firm 30 years ago in the audit practice in New York, I will just tell you, I did not feel like I belonged. I mean, I was a first generation college student. I remember starting with the class of about 130 in New York. There were not a lot of people in that start class of 130 that looked like me. And by that, I mean, good looking. No, I'm just kidding. By that, I mean, just, you know, people of color. So, you know, walking into an environment like that, I felt different. And quite honestly, my first couple of years, I wasn't so sure I belonged with the firm. But obviously 30 years later, there's a story there, but through the grace of a lot of people and a lot of great mentors, I felt a sense of belonging, inclusion. And so this role for me is really important. And I know that having inclusive leaders is critical to that, right? If I don't feel like I belong, I'll probably leave the firm. As many people in your organizations, if they don't feel like they belong or they feel like they're not included, they're going to leave. And I think this whole concept of inclusive leadership is critical to the discussion and another element of leadership that often goes unnoticed, not focused on. That's why I think, Mabel, the discussion today is critical around what does it really mean to be an inclusive leader and why is it so important? I'm here to tell you that is critically important. It was important to me that I worked with leaders who were inclusive, who helped me feel like I belong. And 30 years later, I am still with an incredible firm. So those are a couple comments, Mabel, as I turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much, Ken. Nikki?
Thank you for that. And I prepared a sort of a written statement so I could remember. So I just want to say we want the best talent available for our respective companies and businesses. And that talent is going to drive creativity and innovation and client service in all of its various forms. So to attract both top talent and ultimately business, we need a culture that welcomes everyone, regardless of race, creed, religion, to all the points that Ken raised, gender identity or other differences. In fact, we want this diverse workforce. And to get the best and the brightest, we really do have to create a culture, to Ken's point, that supports everyone so that all feel welcomed, heard, and valued. So at Greenberg Traurig back in 1967, the firm was founded by 3 lawyers who couldn't otherwise find work because they were Jewish. And so our firm was founded sort of based on and embracing differences. And if you fast forward now to 2021, we're still doing that. It's really a core part of who we are as a law firm. And so we work hard every day to ensure our lawyers and amazing business staff feel valued, heard, and embraced. And as a commercial litigator, even going into court in front of certain judges, representing clients, whatever it is that we do here, whether it's in court or in the public finance space or other spaces, we need to have that diversity of perspectives. And whether we do it through our affinity groups or mobilizing diverse client teams, internally and externally collaborating with our community partners and other stakeholders, it's critically important. All of these efforts require globally inclusive leadership. It's critical, I believe, to maintaining our competitive advantage as a company and as a country. So Mabel, thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So as you have heard, let's call it corporate America, to give it a label, is very, very interested in leveraging all the people, and not just including people, not just hiring people who are different, but also including them in the conversation. And that is how they know they're going to do their best work. So you can imagine that they turn to us, to business schools. I don't know if I made that clear, but I work at the Keenan Flagler Business School. I'm a professor of organizational behavior, and that is part of the University of North Carolina. And they come to us and they say, okay, are you training people so that they are going to be ready to be globally inclusive leaders? So clearly that fell under my purview in my with my hat that had to do with global issues. So we got together a large group of faculty and staff and alumni and corporate partners like Ken and like Nikki, and said, okay, what are we looking at? What skills, what knowledge, what business practices do you want our students to learn about? And out of this came the global education model. So I want you to imagine a graphic that at its heart has skills, knowledge, and business practices that are fundamental for people to be effective as global inclusive leaders. And now I'll catch my breath here and say that the same knowledge, skills, and business practice that enable you to be a globally inclusive leader enable you to be an inclusive leader within the boundaries of your geography, wherever you are in the world. Countries are diverse. And so if you can manage diversity across geographic boundaries, you can definitely manage diversity within geographic boundaries. So what are these? Now, we're a business school, so we look at business practices. We have 7 different areas. People take core courses in all 7 areas: strategy, accounting, finance, operations, organizational behavior. All of our coursework is going to have some discussion about how things are different in different cultures, across cultures. So now instead of saying globally, I'm going to say multiculturally, across different cultures, whether they are also different geographies in terms of national boundaries or not. Then we looked at the skills that we wanted people to have. And we realized that the difference between experience, and many of our students have experience where they come in, and expertise is reflection. So a key skill that we teach in our program is reflection. We also teach collaboration. It's one of the things that our business school is known for having collaborative leaders. Adaptability, and of course, empathy. Empathy, being able to put yourself in the shoes of other people. So this is core skill set that we teach. In terms of actual knowledge, well, of course, we have to teach logistics. Supply chain is a huge conversation right now, global supply chains. That has to be part of the conversation. How is business done differently in different geographies, across different cultures? How about intercultural knowledge? What is the predominant culture in a certain part of the world versus another? Understanding that they are generalizations, but very important generalizations. Now, surrounding all of this, skills, knowledge, and business practices, is the attitude of our students. We always tell students that attitude is a multiplier. If they approach our curriculum in an open-minded way, if they are flexible in how they behave, they're introspective, they think about why they do what they do, they are resilient enough to deal with stress, and maybe critically important, the most important, are respectful of people who have different views and different approaches, then you're going to make the most out of this educational experience. So I want you to be thinking right now about your attitude. Would you describe yourself as open, respectful, resilient, introspective, and flexible? If you do, you're in great shape to become an inclusive multicultural leader. And we would like, without any more ado, to open this to questions. And we have a background moderator that will be collecting your questions. So please, we want this to be a conversation. Trust me, any of the three of us have the capacity to talk for the next 20 minutes. But we do not want that to happen. We want to be responsive to you. So, Robin, will you be feeding the questions through the chat? Do I understand that correctly? And you can answer me through chat. Okay, so Robin says yes, she'll be feeding us questions through chat. And so if you could channel any of your questions, so you make this your session. And when you do pass a question, if you could tell us where you are in the world, in the country, I would really appreciate that.
And Mabel, as we wait for questions to come through, let me just make a couple other comments, because I liked your model and what you said. By the way, I think universities are key. We actually happen to hire a lot of your students, and I know they do have this inclusive mindset, which I think is important. So thank you for that, and I appreciate the focus. I think, though, from a corporate perspective, I do think a lot of organizations miss this concept of inclusive leadership. I think many are focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion in some respect. But again, I think the secret sauce is once you have a diverse set of employees or personnel, the question is how comfortable do they feel? And when you really boil it down to like an engagement or a project team, is your manager truly an inclusive leader? Right? They always say, you always hear, oh, people don't leave organizations, they leave managers. So I wonder, what are you doing to quote unquote train your managers to be inclusive leaders? Right? How are you preparing them to, once you hire a diverse workforce, to maximize that diversity? And you do that through inclusive leadership. And I just find that, and I talk to a lot of companies around diversity issues, many are not focused on that term inclusive leader. And so again, a question I pose to the group and the audience is, how are you preparing your leaders to be inclusive as they work within your respective organizations?
Mm-hmm. That's an excellent question. Mm-hmm. And Nikki, I don't know if you want to address what Ken just said. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll start, and then Mabel, really, I'd love to hear, your views. Again, you are a trainer of leaders as well, but I would say it's really what we've been trying to do is to move the conversation sort of from the baseline of how do we interrupt biases, which is sort of a very basic platform. And I think to Mabel's point about the matrix that they teach to, elevate the conversation more to leadership traits based on cultural competency, empathy, curiosity, humility, and start to talk about how would we lead. For example, even in our own families, our families are very diverse. We've got people from all over different cultures. So if we talk about it in terms of, if you were to travel to a different country, you would likely prepare yourself to embrace the culture, right? You would say, okay, let me read up on the country, let me read up on the primary languages and all of that, so that when you enter that country, you could be respectful of its norms and its processes. So if we take that model, and that's something we've been trying to do, and say, look, it's the same concept. Now bring that into the workplace. You would not show up in a new country and just do whatever you would do, and not be respectful of the cultural norms and the other pieces that make that country special and unique. That's the same way we need to be showing up for our teams.
Well, thank you very much, Nikki. We have a question coming in from Canada. I'm curious, what do you think it will take for white male leaders to be able to make space for diverse leaders to take on larger roles? So implied in the question is that in some organizations, you look at the most senior levels, and they are predominantly male and white. And the question is, what can those people who are in these positions of power do to make space for more diverse leaders to climb the ranks? Ken, can I ask you to get started on that?
Absolutely, and it's a really, really great question, and I think I'll give you a few comments here. I think often when organizations start this diversity journey, in my opinion, in fact, they leave out white males, a lot of them, right? It's focused on a lot of groups. It could be women, it could be people of color, but they leave out the white males. I would say first, as you start your journey, you've got to truly be inclusive. Because white males are part of it. By the way, white males are diverse. I've got a lot of white male friends. None of them are the same. So they bring a lot of diversity as well. So I think recognizing that is important. But I would ask you to think about the following. When I talk to the clients, I'll ask the question as follows. And I would say in the U.S., and it's certainly gotten press around the world, I'll call it the post-George Floyd phenomena. Certainly after the George Floyd video, and everyone probably saw it, organizations were quick to issue statements from their respective CEO, double down on their diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives, and it was great. And I've had a number of conversations to that end. But what I often ask CEOs and leadership teams and a lot of white males to the question is, why does diversity matter to you personally? I can't tell you why it should matter to you, but I do think you should reflect on why does it matter to you personally. I'd say a lot of people had their D&I aha moment when they saw the George Floyd video. They recognized that there was a lot of inequities, and they've got to do something different to change the game, if you will. So why does it matter to you personally? I think appreciating and respecting difference is important. And as a white male, to the question, if you think your organization is going to be better off because of diversity of thought, perspective, how you serve clients, how you get new business, right? I think you should create room at the table. And it's not a zero-sum game. I think a lot of people think that if a person of color, for example, wins, a white male loses. Not the case. If you do it the right way, 1 + 1 can equal 7 or 8 or 10. So those are a few thoughts.
Thank you, Ken. And it's this idea of leverage, right? And I like that you said, clearly people, white males need to be part of the conversation. It cannot be a conversation that excludes them, because it wouldn't be a meaningful conversation. And Nikki, before I ask you to think or reflect on that question, there's a question coming in from Florida that's an extension of the first question and ties in very nicely with what Ken just said. Said, I see diversity leaders hired. So I said diverse leaders are hired, but it's like a revolving door. So the question says, those viewpoints and leadership isn't valued. So these people leave, right? Why is that? And I always say, well, it's not enough to hire the diverse people. Then you have to include them in the conversation, right? Whether they are from China or from a different Native American group in your own country, right? It doesn't matter. It's bringing them in and then including them, demonstrating value. So Nikki, how does your organization keep this revolving door from happening? So you hire people, but then you include them in the conversation. You signal their value.
Yeah, I think it takes a lot of mentorship and sponsorship. And again, I don't think mentorship and sponsorship is exclusive to, those who are racially, ethnically, gender diverse. These are the same kinds of pieces to the puzzle that are critical for any leader to be successful. This is not unique to diverse leaders. So I think being focused on that for diversity and inclusion and belonging are critically important. I think also creating that environment, to the attendees' first question from Canada, in terms of understanding that to the extent we have straight white males in leadership, bringing them to the table, letting them know that the elevation of the diverse leaders on their team is not their demotion, right? That's not their their demotion. It is seen as a sign of success and strong leadership that the leaders on your team, all of them, including the diverse ones, continue to be elevated in the organization. And so I think that that's critically important. And sometimes it's very difficult. Again, if we don't have curiosity, if we don't have the humility, if we don't have the empathy and the cultural competency, it's very difficult to guide this very different team with different perspectives and background. But it can be done, and I think it's something that we're absolutely focused on. What I'll also say is, to the extent we're always talking about the business case for inclusion, we need to also be focused on trying to stem the tide of the cost of attrition. This is exactly what this question also goes to. Retention is critically important, because with that revolving door comes increased costs and expenses, because now we're going to have to go back out and rehire for that role. Very critically important as the business case is developed.
Yeah, if I could add, I love that, Nikki. And I want to underscore this environment discussion. I think a lot of times we recruit people into our organizations who are different and they leave. To that question, the question is why. I would do a deep dive into your environment, your processes. For example, your promotion processes, your performance management processes. Are there some biases that exist? My guess is probably yes. We all have that in our organizations. But I think just taking a step back and reflecting on, is our environment really welcoming? And again, just recruiting diverse talent is only the first step. It is, as Nikki mentioned, it's about your environment too. Most don't pay attention to the environment. The other thing, you probably do this, is if those leaders are leaving, have a heart-to-heart and ask them why. And hopefully they're truthful in what they weren't getting. There's something they're not getting there. I don't know what it is, but try to really talk to them and understand what those things are and course correct. There's something not right. Now, by the way, at EY, we have a similar issue, right? We have turnover, and certainly our diverse individuals. Some of it's because our clients know they're talented and they recruit them away. That's just part of it. So, there could be some positive. I don't know what kind of business you're in, but again, deep dive, look at your environment, find out where the bias exists, and back to the topic, do you have inclusive leaders? So if you have project teams and these folks are working on teams, are the folks leading truly inclusive? That's questions you should be asking.
Thank you so much, Ken, for that. And I want to piggyback on something you said. And I always tell my students that you don't get the behavior you expect. You get the behavior you inspect. So when you look at performance management, how are people assessed? So if senior leaders, if the ones who, as Nikki mentioned, have to be the sponsors and the allies and the mentors, if they're not assessed on their ability to be effective sponsors and mentors and retainers of diverse talent, then you're less likely to see that behavior exhibited. So it has to be a metric. You get what you measure. And if you want retention, you really have to measure things like that. So very, very true that you have to change the systems and you have to look at the performance appraisal system. We have a question coming in from Mexico. Is it better to focus on inclusion first, then hiring diverse candidates? Here in Mexico, challenges feel the same as I hear you all talk about it in the US. So first, let's include the people we already have and then go hire more. Yes. I guess that's a question.
Yes. And I want to jump in on this one. It's a little bit of what we call a chicken and egg. I tend to think we need to focus on inclusion first, but we can't just put a freeze on hiring. Right. And so, I think, but I do appreciate this colleague's question, because again, can stress the environment. If we don't have the core good soil ready to receive these new seeds, it's gonna fall on, what is it, the shallow ground. It's not gonna take root. So I think we do need to focus on inclusion first. We can't put a freeze on hiring per se, but I do think it's important because otherwise that door is going to be a revolving door.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Ken, do you have any reflections?
No, that's well stated. And I think the only other piece I'd add, that seed and soil comment, Nikki, I love that. And I do, there's a lot of story behind making sure your soil, the environment's fertilized enough to accept all types of seeds. But the other thing to the question, and great questions, by the way, we have a diverse audience, right? Canada, U.S, Mexico. But I would also say, do you have people that are focused on this issue? I don't know how large your organization is, but if you have dedicated people, if you're able to do that, to focus on the environment, focus on the talent acquisition piece, but someone who wakes up every single day, back to the accountability comment, that'd be ideal. Give yourself a little leeway. I want to really stress, this work is hard, right? The corporations have been, companies focus on this for a lot of years, and they're still focusing on it because the work is hard. Not easy to change an environment overnight, for sure. And in many cases, if you're looking for special skills, you've got to do a lot of work to acquire that kind of talent, right? That's diverse and different. So give yourself a little leeway, not too much leeway. Make sure you have the right level of focus, but this is hard. And so I want to make sure that it may be obvious to you guys, but I want to state it, this work's hard.
Mm-hmm. And let me reflect that many of the conversations that we have around the topic of inclusion are just good leadership and good management. I teach the core leadership and management course and in the MBA programs. And one of the things we say is that a leader by definition creates change and excitement and motivates people and to follow in a new direction. And we talk about, what motivates people to follow in a new direction? Well, understanding the new direction. Why does it make sense for this new direction to exist? What is the vision that the organization has around this new direction? And how can we get people to get on the train? Because, we talk about the change commitment curve. It's not a change compliance curve. You cannot mandate it. You have to build commitment in the organization. And one of the ways that people get committed is through education and participation. Education and participation. So the same is true of whatever your initiative is. If your initiative is to have more globally competent leaders, then education and then participation. You give them a voice. You give them a voice in the training, in sharing ideas. So you can't go wrong with those two techniques, right? So if you add them to your arsenal as a leader, when people are resisting doing something new, yes, you have to reward the right behaviors. We know that. But education and participation really engage people because they're part of the solution. Another thought that as Ken and Nikki were talking was going through my mind is if you have one trick to make people feel more included, I would say ask questions. Demonstrate curiosity. In decision making, we have two methods. We call the advocacy method of decision making and the inquiry method. The advocacy method is with everybody comes together as a team, and teams make decisions because presumably they bring diverse opinions and diverse experiences. But if everybody comes together and they're just advocating for their position without exhibiting any curiosity for the position of other people and why other people think differently, then what you get into this competitive mode, my idea wins and yours loses. Instead, go into meetings ready to leverage on the diversity of the group by saying it's, the best idea is usually a combination of several ideas. So why do you think this is right? Why do you think this is going to work better? And so inquiry, ask questions. And what you're going to notice is that we don't have common information, that different people have different pieces of information. And the only way it comes out is through inquiry. So if you have one card up your sleeve and is ask questions, be open to the responses, be curious. And if you want the second card, education and participation.
Belle, I love that. And I want to add, and what I hear you saying is something that you shared in some of your opening remarks about the model that you all teach at UNC Business School is the collaboration.
Yes.
Right. It is, I don't necessarily have to have all of the answers. My team, our team can come together and come up with, to your point, pieces of everyone's idea is usually probably the best way forward. So that collaborative model, and I don't have to, have all of the answers, I think is incredibly important. I think the other thing about globally inclusive leadership is that many of us are very good technically at what we do, meaning we are technically proficient at audit, at litigating a case, at writing a brief or what have you. But what we don't necessarily always have access to is the training to be a leader. Being technically great at what we do is wholly exclusive in a lot of instances from being a leader. And so we have to figure out, to your point, about ways to build that bridge between being technically, skillfully great versus being a leader and leading teams and people.
Mm-hmm. And you've just put your finger in something I tell my students. So when students start an MBA program, particularly when they're in the earlier part of their career, they come for the technical skills, operations, finance, accounting, right? But when we see people in executive development programs, they all come for leadership and management. So, at the early part of your career, your technical skills are really, really important. That's what gets you hired, right? But as your career develops, it's your people skills that are the differentiator, your ability to lead and manage, so that it becomes progressively more important. And that's exactly what you're reflecting on. So that is absolutely true. Yeah.
I love that. No, really good comments. But I think back to, from an organization standpoint, you ask yourself the question around your leaders. How are you developing inclusive leadership skills? I mean, I just think, again, this is critical. And I just think there's not enough time and effort spent on it. I'll give you another trait of an inclusive leader, and that's someone who recognizes their bias and where the bias exists, right? So I think, for example, in UNC, since Mabel, you're on, in Chapel Hill, that you could have a leader who was a graduate of UNC, and the only people they want on their project team are the other graduates from UNC. It's a bias, right? Or the 3 out of the 5 members are from UNC, and those are the only folks they go to for the project, for input. But what about the other couple of folks who went to different schools? So I think another trait of an inclusive leader is to recognize where your bias exists, really, and to pause before you make decisions, and really, really think about that, because that's how the others feel like they belong, feel included, and that's when they're going to be at their best. Because again, I think just to recruit diverse talent into the organization is not enough. It's how do you leverage that diversity to make your organization better. So full stop there. And the other piece I'd say is articulating, Nick, you said the business case earlier. And I would just say, in my observation, sometimes people lead on the business case of it's the quote unquote right thing to do. Focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion is the quote unquote right thing to do. I would tell you that doesn't move everyone in an organization. The fact of the matter is, how is it going to help the bottom line? Right? How is it going to help grow your business, your product? How is it going to help you reach a different target market? So being able to articulate the true business case for your organization, more than it's just the right thing to do, is something I think worthwhile to spend time on. And if we would be able to speak to you live and ask each one of you, why does this matter to your organization? What would you tell us? Like, what is your elevator pitch, so to speak? And by the way, recruits, especially the new generation, Gen Z and folks, they care about these issues significantly and want to work for organizations that are making an issue socially and care about equity across the board. So something to consider if you do a lot of recruiting at the university levels as well.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely true. We are getting to the point that we will be wrapping up and turning it over to Robin again. And when I come to that certain point in the classes where I'm getting ready to wrap up, I'm always curious as to takeaways or any remaining questions, right? So, the question just came in from Denver, but let me tell you about the takeaways thing while we address the question from Denver. If you have taken away 3 primary lessons from this panel today, 3 messages that resonated with you, and that you're going to leave here today and say, wow, I learned these 3 things that are going to make a difference as to how I act as a leader, because in the end, it's going to have to be you who is the role model for this. What would it be? So I'm going to give you that thought, and you can answer it through chat, and that would give us an inclination of what's resonated with you. What are you finding most useful? So the question from Denver is, how do we make sure we avoid performative DEI efforts or avoid efforts that are inauthentic? Great question. Ken?
Yeah, Nikki, you want to start?
Okay, so I'll start. I'll say that, to be very honest with our group today, I think our people require, I don't see it as an issue. There's no way that we could get away with it in my organization, performative, because the people that we work alongside of, that we serve every day, they're not having it. And so it's a serious imperative where we get inquiries daily about what it is we're doing and how we're doing it. We have, our goals and our strategy that we have to meet. So I think that there is no room for performative DEI efforts. And I will also say that our community, I think Ken raised this point, particularly post George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor and other instances, they are not settling for performative DEI efforts to the extent that there was ever a settling. It certainly, I think, has gone away, and we are held to account for ensuring that we're doing and performing and meeting standards and not just talking about it. Talk is cheap, as the saying goes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree, and it's back to what I stated a little while ago. It's really articulating the why. The why does this thing matter to your organization or your company? That's where you get away from the performative, right? Because so much, I hate to say it, but a lot of companies do this for just to check the box exercise. And people see through that, as Nikki said, pretty quickly, especially your employees. And oh, by the way, from a risk standpoint, like a reputational risk, with technology and social media, they're going to let the world know that all this is the phrase I use often when I talk to, in fact, I go to a lot of schools, Mabel, and visit and inquire about their diversity and their efforts and focus on diversifying the business school or the engineering program. And I'll meet with the dean or the university president and a lot of faculty, and I'll debrief with my team, and I'll leave and I'll say, we just got the glossy brochure tour. And like, Ken, what do you mean? I said, well, they knew I was showing up and was going to ask a lot of questions. They pulled out a brochure. They had a couple of diverse faces on it, 2 programs, and they walked me through that. But when I ask questions, because I'm a former auditor, so I ask questions, I could tell that it's just surface. It's a glossy brochure. Your employees will know if it's a glossy brochure. So the question is, again, why does it matter to your business? Why does it matter to you as a leader? And can you articulate those things in a way that people really get it and it's not performative?
Thank you very much. The takeaways are starting to show up in the chat, and I welcome more, please. That really helps us know what resonated with you. And meanwhile, I realized, Ken, I wanted to comment on your comment about biases, and I didn't. And what Ken said about be aware that you're biased is so important. So we have a bias that's actually called fundamental attribution bias. And it goes something like this: I'm right, but you're wrong. And I'm right. I got the market cornered on knowledge. My perspective is truth. And because you don't agree with me, you're wrong, and I have to fix you. So we actually teach our students to walk into conversations around performance management by saying, My perspective is my perspective. It is limited and it is biased. Now, if you enter a performance appraisal conversation, a difficult conversation with another person, assuming that your perspective is limited, you're going to ask questions. If you assume that your perspective is biased, you are going to be watching for those biases. Now, Daniel Kahneman, who won a Nobel Prize in economics for his decision-making work, came to the sad conclusion that it's very hard for people to see their own biases. So the best thing they can do is recruit others to call them out. Hey, look, you're doing it, right? So that is pretty fundamental. So here are some takeaways that are coming in. Lead with empathy. And let me elaborate on that, and you guys jump in if you want to. And empathy is kind of a personality trait. We try to teach it as a skill. So those of us, I include myself, who are not naturally empathetic, perspective taking. Lead with a mind that you are going to stand in other people's shoes and get their perspective. If you're empathetic, you pick up on it easier. If you're less empathetic, you ask questions until you see the other person's perspective. After all, it's hearts and minds, right? So empathy is more the heart side, and minds is more the let me understand your perspective thing. So I was happy about that. Active listening, clearly. If you ask the questions, if there is inquiry, somebody needs to be listening to this, right? Otherwise, you're just going through the motions. And like Ken and Nikki said, they are totally going to call you on that. I like the comment about authenticity. And that's related to that. If you say something when you're not doing it, I mean, people are going to see right through you. And people are less forgiving of an inauthentic leader than they are of a rough leader who at least is being herself. So just keep that in mind, right? That authenticity really matters. And making the business case. Those are so far the takeaways that are coming to the top. We are coming really now, I think we have like a couple of minutes left there. So final wrap-up comments, those were mine. So I'm done. And I want to turn it over to Nikki and to Ken for their wrap-up comments.
So I wanted to say thank you again for allowing us to have the beginning of this conversation, globally inclusive leadership. I absolutely firmly believe it is the competitive advantage of today and in the future for every business to have leaders who embrace differences, increase belonging and opportunities for everyone at the table. This absolutely includes straight white men. They too are included, and we need to have that conversation. So thank you.
Thank you, Nikki.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Mabel, Nikki. Just great to serve on the panel with you all today, and just appreciate the invitation to be a part of it. I would just simply say that I believe firmly that conversations are the currency for change. Conversations are the currency for change. These types of conversations are really important, and really important for us to have dialogue and discussion, to take a step back, to really challenge our points of view and perspective, and ask questions like, what else can be true? I meet with a lot of our entry-level people and people who are at the universities, and one of the things I say to them is get below the headline, because a lot of times I've got a high school daughter, and she will go on Google or look at something and read the headline and draw all kind of conclusions from the headlines alone. Get below the headlines, I always tell her, read the story, take a step back and ask yourself what else can be true. I think that's critically important as diversity, equity, inclusion journey. Take a step back, challenge your bias, ask yourself what else can be true. Continue to have these conversations because, as I said, they are the currency for change. And collectively, we all need to have a lot of conversations because we still need a lot of change. So thanks for having me. It's been a blast. I'm on LinkedIn. If you want to send a message, we're all on LinkedIn, by the way. Happy to continue the conversation after this, but thank you so much for engaging, for your time. Mabel, I'll turn it back to you as a wonderful facilitator. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you. And I'll turn it right over to Robin, but I forgot to thank you all. So thank you for being here. One of the absolute fabulous things about being on panels is meeting people like you guys. So thank you very much. It is so encouraging. And indeed, thank you to the audience for being here. We clearly deeply care. And remember, these are skills that just make you a better leader, period.
Thank you guys so much. This was a phenomenal conversation. And I think, Ken, you really wrapped up the whole conversation in that comment about conversations are the currency of change. And that's something that we at the Biennial truly believe, and why we create opportunities for these sorts of conversations to convene leaders from across the Americas to create opportunities to identify how we can collaborate and work together to create a more globally inclusive world and a more curious and collaborative workforce. So it is my absolute pleasure to be here with you all, and I thank you very much for joining us. And with that, we will be wrapping up our first session of our Americas Leadership Forum, and we hope audience members who joined in for this event will join us back in 5 minutes. We have our next panel starting on the art of protest with artists from across the Americas, talking about how they use their art to communicate social change. So please stop back in 5 minutes and join us for that live stream as well, and many more events coming up this afternoon. And thank you so much, Mabel, Nikki, and Ken. It's been a pleasure.
Our pleasure. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Robin Swanheiser. I'm with the Biennial of the Americas, and I have the honor of introducing our second event of the Americas Leadership Forum, The Art of the Protests, Artists Leading Social Change. Before we get started today with our amazing lineup of panelists, we have a poetry reading by Susie Q. Smith. Susie Q is an award-winning activist, artist, and educator from Denver, Colorado, and her latest collection of poems is called Poems for the End of the World, which will be published later this month. Please join me in a welcome of Susie Q. Smith for a lovely poetry reading.
Greetings, Biennial of the Americas. My name is Susie Q. Smith, and I am a poet, artist, activist, educator, and I live in the unceded occupied territory of the Ute, Arapaho, and Cheyenne peoples, also known as Denver, Colorado. And I'm really excited that I get to read you some poems today. It is my honor to join you. I'm going to be reading a couple of poems from my collection, Poems for the End of the World, which is not quite as dreary as it sounds. The first piece is pretty short. It's called Mezzo Sopranos Get the Sad Songs. Did you hear the one about the long lines around the gun shop and the sold out bullets and the empty grocery store shelves in the United States? What will happen when our lights are out? I hope we sing like the people in Italy. I only really know two arias, one of which is Lasciatemi morire, translation, bring me my death, so I don't think I'll sing that one, but I'll tell you this, I'll sing before I shoot. I'll sing before I shoot. Ain't never been afraid of heaven anyhow. The next piece I'll read is called Ocotillo. When a seed is planted or buried, abandoned to the soil, it may not know this is a gift. Yes, sis, cry, wail, moan, tear your hair and gnash your teeth, all of that. Then wash the dishes. For much of the year, Ocotillo appears to be an arrangement of large, spiny, dead sticks. With rainfall, the plant becomes lush with green leaves. When water is scarce, the leaves turn brown and fall off. Every earth-cracked, thirsty yearning is a seed. Plant it. Let it crane toward the sun and bloom. Do seeds, the small ones, say mustard, get jealous, or pray to become bigger seeds? Do they ever wish they could fill themselves up with air? Is that how they imagine growth? Sometimes I press my fingers toward the invitation of sky and say, yes. Bend my face to the sun and laugh, remembering how I once clung to the shell I believed was me. With rain, we find Ocotillo swelling, blooming open into bloodshot flowers, earning it the name desert coral. Girl, braid your hair or wrap it up and go, even weeping if you must. Somewhere the sun will touch your face. The hummingbird, migrating through the long desert, relies upon the flowers of the Ocotillo for honey nectar. Did you forget? The kindness of wind and its longing for your skin. The unrepentant gaze of desert sky. The rivers that open their mouths to your sorrows, ready to carry them someplace you don't need to go. I reimagine myself daily. I abandon old wounds to the soil until they fertilize it. Everything, even waste, has a purpose. Ocotillo can grow up to 20 feet tall. Some say they can live over 100 years. Yes, sis, live. Let your bare feet sink into the mud. I have been afraid and filled with air before. Did not know I was a small, hard world becoming large as I unfold. And I will tell you, and I will tell me, I forget and forget my way. What is sweeter than longing for loose, escapable soil is to be rooted in rock, becoming honey on a tender tongue. Thank you.
I have the pleasure of introducing you to our amazing lineup of panelists, and they will be with you for the rest of the hour talking about the art of protest. So I'm going to hand it off to Victoria Lyle from the Denver Art Museum, who will be introducing our panelists, and a surprise guest who will be joining us through some pre-recorded video content as well. So thank you so much. And with that, I give it over to Victoria.
Thank you, Robin. I'm delighted to join you all this afternoon. And we will be joined by Pablo Helguera, artist Pablo Helguera, curator Elena Molina, and in a pre-recorded video, artist and anthropologist Celia Gonzalez. As part of this new, ever-shifting pandemic reality, our other panelist, Gerardo Munoz, is unable to join us due to unexpected change in his travel plans, something we will all get used to, I'm sure. I will let each of our panelists introduce themselves, beginning with Celia Gonzalez, an installation and video artist and graduate of the Instituto Superior de Arte in Havana. Celia is currently enrolled in a doctoral program in anthropology at the Iberoamericana in Mexico City.
Hello, my name is Celia Gonzalez. I'm an artist, a visual artist. I'm an anthropology also. All my career, I have been living in Cuba, but now I'm living in Mexico because I start my PhD in anthropology, social anthropology here in Mexico. And most of my career I dedicate to produce art related with research and archive, and related with the relation between the state and citizens in Cuba and repression. So, like an anthropologist, I also combine and really interesting in the relation between art and anthropology in terms of methodological process and how artists are interested in anthropological process, and at the same time anthropologists are interested in the way artists are working with social life and social situations, specific situations. And specifically, I'm really interested in this kind of relations in Cuba and Nicaragua. I'm trying to compare what is happening and what's happened with the scene of art in these two countries that are living in a strong moment of repression from the state, even when they are government from the left. So this, I'm really interested in this combination of repression and this kind of revolution, mythical revolution of the art, sustaining this narrative about the importance of the socialism, but at the same time are really repressive. So artists in general are trying to respond to this in an active way, but at the same time in this kind of afraid and taking care of themselves. I mean, it's not this kind of activity that you go into the street. It's a kind of activity that you need to think what is sure to do. It's not to put yourself in risk. So what I'm trying to do is to, in some way, to move this discussion about art and anthropology that is taking care in the North, in most of the time in UK and United States, to this region, to Central America and the Caribbean, and to try to do these questions about what art and anthropology need to say to each other in this specific context of Caribbean, Central America, and this moment of repression from the state. So this is my interest in this moment.
Next, I'd like to introduce Elena Molina, who is an educator, a filmmaker, a cyborg, personally committed to empower art production. Elena is co-curator of the exhibition Echándola, a presentation of recent works by the Mujercitos Collective, a Cuban art collective of young artists. The exhibition opens in July in the Chinatown Souk Gallery in New York City. Elena?
Hi, hello everyone. Thank you for inviting me. I wanted to say I'm also hosting with Gerardo Muñoz an artist talk on the Facebook Live channel of Columna Cultural. The artist talk series is called Fighting Line, where we talk with Cuban artists about their practice, their work, and eventually we also talk about, you know, other activities that they realize maybe more socially or politically focused. So this is part of my, I don't know, of the work that I developed in Cuba and abroad with a community of artists that are inside the island, but most of, like some of them are also outside the island. So I will say it is, you know, there's mobility right there, which I think is interesting as I think exchange with the world. You know, it's important to be on the world, not just on the island.
Thank you so much, Elena. And next, I'd like to introduce Pablo Helguera, a New York-based artist and educator and a recipient of the John Simon Guggenheim Fellowship. Helguera's many works and texts have consistently addressed the idea of socially engaged art and the relationship between activism and art. Currently, Helguera serves as assistant professor in the College of Performing Arts at the New School in New York. Welcome, Pablo.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. And I just to add that, you know, I've had a very meaningful relationship with Cuba over the years, participating in the 8th and the 11th Havana Biennial, doing projects that involved the history of telenovelas, you know, of which Cuba played a very important role, and as well as doing a series of performances inspired on Baroque music that was also presented at the 11th Biennial. But yes, it's a country that of which I've always been in a relationship with as an artist.
Thank you so much, Pablo. I want to mention that one of the inspirations for today's panel is the movement 27N, of which Elena was a part. For those of you not very familiar, I'm just going to give a very brief summary. So 27N, or the 27th of November, refers to the 300 plus person protest that was staged in front of Cuba's Ministry of Culture on the 27th of November 2020. This was the first time this type of collective public manifestation has taken place so publicly in front of this Ministry of Culture. The protest was sparked by the unlawful entry and imprisonment of rapper Luis Otero, one of the founders of the San Isidro movement. 27N and the larger San Isidro movement, founded in 2018, are in reaction to the passage of Decree 349, a law that legalized the censorship of art in September 2018. They mark a watershed moment in revolutionary Cuba's history, a collective awakening of the younger generation to protest cultural, social, and political repression, police violence, and the curtailment of freedom of expression directively and actively. And I wondered, Elena, if you could give us a little bit of a background to this movement.
Oh, well, 27N, or 27 of Noviembre, was an spontaneous gathering outside of the Ministry of Culture after some clash between the police and the state police and a collective of artists in Havana, Movimiento San Isidro. And after like a week of clashings, they went on hunger strike. They were surrounded outside their studio and their home for weeks. So it escalated to such a point, to such a situation where everyone, I don't think only artists, but everyone in Cuba and of course abroad as well, were very concerned with the situation. And I think there was this general feeling that the escalation had to stop. Like we needed to do, I was in Barcelona, where I'm currently talking from, but I felt the same. Like we need to do something about this. This needs to de-escalate. It can keep, getting worse. There were several artists, not only from fine art, but like writers, journalists, poets, painters, like friends, basically, most of them personally, my friends too, that were on hunger strike and being surrounded by police and under such a pressure. And suddenly one night, at the height of this situation, the island went off. Internet was cut for everyone for like 50 minutes. I remember being like, I was like getting nuts because I was like, what does that mean? Right? Like, this can't be happening. It means something. And after this 15 minutes blackout from the internet, when everyone went back online, I remember seeing my WhatsApp updates states, like just updating and everyone just saying, what just happened? Is this related with San Isidro? What does this mean? Why are they doing this? What is happening? We don't understand. This is crazy. And after that, I think a lot of young people went outside to the Ministry of Culture to ask to the minister to mediate, to do something, to stop and de-escalate the situation and represent the interests of the artists involved in this. Like the Ministry of Culture was expected to negotiate with like the Ministry of State Security in behalf of the artists. But sadly, what happened was the opposite. So after that's 27, and the artists have keep trying to, I don't know, build a dialogue or negotiate with authorities and make them change their position without much success, I have to say.
Following up on that, thank you so much, Elena, for that background. I wanted to ask a question about the role of technology in connecting communities both within the island and abroad, and just technology generally as a tool of protest and resistance globally. And I think this is a question for both you and Pablo, if you guys can take turns answering it.
Sure, Pablo, go ahead.
This is a very big question, and I think it's hard to speak about technology and authoritarianism, without just figuring out the entire history of where it comes from. It's starting with radio and television, the way that it has been employed by various countries, and certainly, like technology has functioned as the voice of the state to promote its ideas and to influence the population, right? And what I think is interesting of the last few years is the role that social media has played in breaking apart that order. And that's what I found really interesting in Cuba as well as many other places, right? I mean, that we've seen it from the Arab Spring and over the last decade or so, that suddenly social media became allowed for forms of organization that were not easily controlled by the state. I've always found it really interesting in Cuba how Cuban artists and Cubans in general have this incredible ability to circumvent the system, right? And to find ways in which they can communicate with one another, they can send their messages across and communicate to the external world. I am very always inspired by the work of Joanny Sanchez, the journalist who created this blog, 14 y Medio, where she, as I understand, she even if they would block her internet, she would find a way to like get information to someone else who would then in turn give it to someone else and then publish it in Europe or whatever it was, you know. So I think while we have in the United States and elsewhere a lot of problems with social media, and we have seen how misinformation campaigns, you know, have been used. It also is a place by which information gets filtered and can become used for freedom of expression. So anyway, we are living in this really interesting moment where all these porosities are lying around, and that we're learning how to use them. I don't know if that will continue to be the case, but it's just an interesting moment, I think.
Yes, I definitely agree. I think there was this, I'm very interested actually in my work at the art residency, Art House that I run, on the intersection of art, technology, and academy also. And in the Cuban experience, what we have seen is that with the increase of penetration of internet to the island, and people having phones and opening social media and social media channels, not only Facebook, but like visual channels as well as Clubhouse or Instagram maybe, or Twitter, what we have been seeing is that professionally, not only by artists, but like independent press, for example, or what we call the independent press, which is basically private press, where there's more information floating by both professional journalists, but also, you know, among people, like personal posts on social media, or even, as I mentioned before, Fighting Line, this artist talk series that we organize with Gerardo Munoz. We host those via Zoom, of course, but like online on Facebook, live on Facebook. So it's not only about activism in particular, although it's very useful, of course, channel of communication during those times. And we were all, you know, online during November 27 and January 27, when there was another clash outside of the Ministry of Cultures with artists and activists. We were all like getting news live, you know, like really seeing what was really happening on streaming via social media, and as well as for example, like on our Fighting Line series with artists talking about their work, their professional interest in production. So you have, you know, you're able to basically build from these two sides, right, and express and support and create your world and the full extent of your practice. That is, I would like to remark, because it's something I think central, that is about art, as they are artists. And what we've seen in front of regulation and legal regulations like 348 is that art will always find a way. So that's why creativity, of course, takes place, and the internet is there, and it's free, and it's cheap. I have to say, it's kind of expensive in Cuba, but still, you know, cheaper. And the important thing is to reach out to, you know, general audience with art production and thought also.
I muted, sorry. I wanted to follow up on that. You mentioned the term artivism, which I think is something that maybe not everyone in the audience is familiar with. Elena, can you unpack that term a little bit for the members of the audience. And then I would really love for Pablo to talk a little bit about some of the writings that he's done on the criticisms that have been lodged against activist art in the past.
Sure. It's a term introduced, I think, by Tania Brugueras. So it's the mixture of art and activism. So art activism. And it has been used as a, to define this new approach of artists, more directed into social goals, let's say, or legal goals, they say. And what I find more interesting about it, you know, beyond the connection between artists and social causes, is the fact that still art is at the beginning of the world. I will say what I have more faith on is in the fact that artists are still being artists, and they are still gonna be artists after all of this happens and, you know, become past. So it's not a transition from, let's say, artist world into something like politics or social, or not necessarily, but just, you know, a period. And I consider central that artists are willing to continue to produce art and to continue to address reality from the art itself, from the world of the art, and with the resources and methodologies, and with the inspiration and the values, I will say, of art itself, as you know, the things that they choose to be on their lives. And there is something about the way of life of an artist, the way they position themselves in front of the world, that acknowledge beauty as a main value, as the ultimate thing, and also things that can be translated into, for example, money or value by numbers. So there is some magic, something that is hard to define. I don't know, inspiration, talent, this type of things that I think are very important to define the character of artists. And this is something that politics that can learn from. In society and administration, I think bureaucrats, which is something that we're dealing with in Cuba, bureaucrats, I think, can learn a lot from creativity and from the unexpected exits that artists and inspiration can find for problems, current problems that we're dealing with.
Thank you so much, Elena. Pablo, I feel like this is something that's very near and dear to your heart.
Yeah, no, I think Elena made a really excellent definition of this. Just to provide some context, I think artivism is very much connected with socially engaged art practice, which I have been very involved in over the years, over the last 2 decades, after 9/11 and the upheaval worldwide that was causing the invasion of Iraq and so forth. I think many of us were really thinking about the art market and the dependence of art making to the art market, and like those mechanisms of validation of art, and specifically art as a commodity. You know, we wanted to make a kind of art that was not dependent on those parameters, and that could simply provide experiences and a form of living and a form of thinking that was not constrained by it being a product. So I think that is the spirit of socially engaged art, which of course connects with the history of political art and performance and all these other things, community art. In the case of Tania Bruguera, which Elena referenced, Tania came up with a term called arte útil. You know, the whole notion that as artists, we should not just be making things. The art should be the thing. Like it should not be a representation of the world. It should really act on the world to transform it. And with that in mind, I think she has always been a big critic of the Cuban government. But in 2015, when she creates a performance that she declares is going to do it at the Plaza de la Revolución, She's arrested before she can simply do this performance where she's going to be in a microphone in the plaza. A whole debate on social media, by the way, ensued, led by some Cuban artists who are pro-regime, basically bad-mouthing her and attacking her for, I don't know, like just being like a, self-centered and out of self-promotional. So many of us went to her defense to discuss that this was an issue of freedom of expression, period. This was not about, doesn't matter what you think about whether an artist is good or not. This is really about the simple fact that you are not allowed to do anything in a public space in Cuba, and that's where the term artivism was thrown, I think, by many local artists in a kind of in a pejorative way, like, oh yeah, sure, you think you're transforming the world, And that is one of the criticisms that I find really interestingly thrown at art that is political, or that is socially engaged, or that is artivism or arte útil. That because that kind of work tries to address or respond to social political ailments in society, then the criticism toward it places it in a very unfair position of like, whether if you don't solve that problem, then this is not art, or this is not good art, Whereas other kinds of art that are like more traditional, conventionally work that is exhibited in a gallery never really is put to those kind of demands, So it's essentially a misunderstanding of what this kind of work does, and it's also a misunderstanding of what social movements are about. It's like this is a long process, that undertakes, unfortunately, many years and sometimes decades. But progressively, hopefully, changes things for the better. And I think in Tanya's case, her initiatives have been very meaningful toward that purpose. Like, she created an institute, the Instituto Hannah Arendt, in Havana, where they've been pushing for discussions, the readings, and what's most dangerous for a regime, which is information, education and information, like informing people and opening their minds to other kinds of thinking. The possibility that other worlds are possible is extremely dangerous for a government that only wants one monolithic understanding of reality to be like consumed. So anyway, it's just interesting to see how these types of practices are still unfolding locally in Havana and elsewhere.
Yes, I think one of the things that really struck me, and perhaps you and Elena can both comment, is that there seems to be a real shift in the way that I think younger artists are moving away from the subtlety and the subtext that characterized, I think, art in the late 90s and early 2000s in Cuba. Even, I think, when you wrote about Tanya's Tatlin's number 6, the first time it was presented, there was this subtext, right? It's essentially pointing towards Fidel's first speech after the victory, but it's also kind of this open microphone on a platform where anyone can step up and say something, is also an acknowledgement that freedom of expression in Cuba is denied, even while Fidel was celebrated for this first big speech. And now even Tanya's tactics seem much more direct, and the video Patria y Vida, I think, is a really excellent example. There's nothing left in that video and the lyrics to imagination. This seems to be a real shift in my eyes, but I wondered if you and Pablo, if you and Elena could comment.
Well, Elena, I'm sure can speak to this as well. But I mean, just to share. I mean, I was there when Tanya indeed did that Tatlin Whisper piece initially in the Havana Biennial, and something that always struck me and that I felt Cuban artists were always brilliant about, where like they were dealing always, like Tania in this case, with this complicated choreography of censorship, against censorship, where you have to come up with a reading of the piece that is acceptable to the regime, right? Like in this case, oh, this is about Fidel's speech, and we're celebrating Fidel's revolutionary speech and so forth, about peace. But when indeed the piece is really about something completely different, right? So it's a game that that artists and censors have played over the years. And in many cases, artists have actually, pro-regime artists have also played it in a way that they produce work that supposedly is critical of the regime, but really is not. And then you find work that is deeply metaphorical, which I can be really interesting, But I think that sort of game or choreography is now over. And as you say, I mean, like things have come to a point that there's some basic aspects of art making that like of the freedom to make art that is at stake, that it does not even allow for those kind of beautiful metaphors to even be produced anymore. So I think we are in a very pivotal point, I believe, in the art practice in Cuba today.
Yes, I think it's also, in a way, since, always, I wouldn't say, of course, in Cuban's case, but in any case where you have certain power on place and you are trying to deviate more or less from that, you will have to face this kind of situation. Of course, in Cuba case, we have had that for 60 years, and that's enough time. So I guess there have been enough time to, switch strategies several times. And again, I think it's very interesting how artists use, creative ways. And also, I will say ways that are outside of the logic, intrinsic logic of the power system, basically. So this is a strategy that I don't think it is a strategy, I have to say, like, planned. I think it's just how it goes, how things happen and how artists think and live. So this is, I will say, a logical situation. It's just it arise in this way, in which you just find a way to be yourself, do your thing, create what you have to create, say what you have to say, outside of the logics, not in opposition, which always, that also happens. But I think the most interesting instances are when it doesn't exactly are opposed to, maybe the main discourse or the ideological national cultural discourse, which we have in Cuba, but just something that is so out of there that they don't even realize is something that deviates from them at the beginning. So I think these are the more interesting instances of it. Not just that you're, self-censoring yourself or working through metaphors, but when you're really creating something so new and so out of the logics of the system and the power that they first don't see it, and then they don't understand it, and only afterwards is that they realize, oh, wait a minute, this might not be what we wanted to design for our country or our society. As I don't know, we have this new man thing in Cuba. Well, I mean, artists does that, like their work, but Mujercitos is an art collective and a magazine that has done just that. At the beginning, it was about humor, satire, being, body behave and enraged, and then they realize, oh, wait a minute, what they're talking about is we're vision politics. We want to really live in a place, in a world, not only on a country, but just on a level of reality that is about the things that really matter, which is the joy of life, maybe, or knowledge and living for real, how they call it, and certain rigor, like being rigorous with true to ourselves, for example, like just speaking our minds, but not because you told me to shut up, just because this is the way I am, and this is the things that I think, and I want to express myself, whatever, it's not just against you, because that's still, you're still a subject of a power if you express yourself based on whatever they, opposing something. The full speech is when you're saying everything that you want to say, I guess.
I just wanted to add.
Oh, sorry.
Just wanted to add one thing, which
yes.
I think it's really interesting to examine the story of the Decree 349 that was recently created in Cuba, which is, to me, it's like symptomatic of how serious this problem has become for the Cuban government, and the fact that they had to create this decree to essentially establish that you cannot be an artist if they don't give you permission to be one, right? Like this unbelievable idea that making art is illegal, if you don't have an approved artist ID, I guess,
I think it would be really interesting for our viewers to have a little bit of context. I don't know that everyone really understands how dramatic the shift was. I mean, over the 60 years of the regime, there has been always a curtailment of freedom of expression and censorship, but artists had some degree of freedom and mobility prior. And the Havana Biennial, in which Pablo participated several times, was definitely an art world destination. And there was a point of pride, in my understanding, from the point of view of the Cuban government, that they did permit this kind of international movement back and forth between artists and the art world. So this Decree 349 represents a real stake in the sand, if you will, from the point of view of the Cuban government towards artists, something that was building for some time, but really, as Pablo is saying, it just made a real legalized censorship. Would that be a correct assessment in your view, Pablo?
I would let Elena speak to it, because of course she's much closer to that. But it did seem to me that way. But
sure. 349. Okay. I don't know. Well, I have to say there are several sides to this. First of all, there was I don't know, like on the anecdotal side, I will say most of this was already happening, and it was then just put down on written on a paper. And then what I found more interesting, on the answer to the protests and the negotiations, because that was also a way to dealing with it, between artists that were protesting this law and cultural authorities of Cuba. Basically the Ministry of Culture, Vice Ministry of Culture. What I found interesting on the positioning of the artists was the fact that what they did, again, instead of opposing the law, which obviously, yes, they did, but the more interesting taking of this was because they draft this letter explaining point by point why this law makes absolutely no sense for anyone, not for the government, not for the country, not for the Cuban culture, not for the artists, not for the economy, not for the art industry, for anyone, not for the citizenship. What they did is one main point was no one can say what art is. So this was the main logical fall of the law. Instead of just opposing on logical terms, let's say, what they did was saying, not even us artists, graduated from the art school, acknowledged with the international legitimacy to talk and to create art, can say, or we don't believe that we can say what art is or is not. So it's a mystery, It's a mystery even for us, and it should remain, and it should be acknowledged as a mystery in a way, or something that is outside of law, of regulations, even government. Just don't mess with it. Stay away. This is not your thing to do. And honestly, no one can say anything about it. Like you know, it's a space of production, cultural production, or even you know, spiritual production that should be outside of any regulation, any logic, any legitimacy structures, even money, if we have to say that, because it's not, even if there's an industry and a market, it's not the same thing as art. Art is not a production like the goods that are produced inside of. And I think that was very interesting, and it's something that goes beyond the law, beyond even the Cuban situation, and that is very interesting, and you know, food for thought for everyone everywhere in the world.
Thank you so much, Elena. I think one of the questions that has been that was submitted to me was, and I don't know if you can speak to this, but what do you think the end goal is for 27N? What would be a victory? Is the repeal of 349 enough, or is there something broader at stake here?
Honestly, I don't, well, actually, I have to say that we, and I include myself here, we protested the law effectively, and it was suspended, although it was not, I don't know, like raised or something, but it was suspended, and to acknowledge it has not been applied so far. So I consider that to be a victory, actually. I don't know if a victory, but you know, it worked, basically. And I think the arguments were good enough to stop this from happening, and showing that it was just absurd. It was just something that is impossible. You can't, you know, totalize control to such a extent, because it's just unviable, and it's not good for anyone. So I think that was good argument, you know, good enough argument for the law to be suspended. And as for San Isidro and 27N, I don't know if there's an end goal that is, you know, defined. There were a list of things that were asked to the ministry or to the government in general. And I guess, you know, the negotiation of those requests that had to do with stop physical repression, stop the police violence against artists and citizens in general. There was a big focus there that I think is very important for the violence to stop. And of course, for the government and the cultural authorities, or any authority, police, I don't know, in Cuba, to change their ways on the ways of the violence, and also to allowing citizens a bigger degree of independence, so life can be managed by itself. And also, like, it's just, we want to, I mean, we are responsible for our own lives. We don't need to be told what to do, not anymore. And yeah, by no one, not, you know, not the government, not the police, not the capital, no one. Like, we need to make our own. We do that every day. Like, it's just acknowledge it. It's happening.
Pablo?
Well, I can't speak with a lot of knowledge about this, but my impression is that already I feel that the artists of the San Isidro movement and others that are dissidents, that are critics of the government, have had certain successes in showing that by exposing these government's actions, by embarrassing the government internationally, that can put pressure on the government to not go that far. And of course, you know, maybe this is very hopeful, but I do think that forms of repression of the 20th century are cannot really fly on the 21st century, especially for a country that is trying to reconnect internationally, that is dependent economically of other countries internationally. That you cannot just be simply a bad actor in the global stage and act with impunity and think that there's going to be no consequences. You know, this is why I think, even though the Cuban government continues to imprison artists and continues to to impose censorship, you know, they know that those actions also have consequences, you know, and I think it might be cold comfort, you know, for some, that, you know what, this is not really enough, you know, but we can see that there's already like cracks, you know, in the system that doesn't function perfectly. It's not the perfect dictatorship. You know, like it's funny to me to see how like I see Tanya's feed all the time on other artists saying like, well, now they're afraid of us. Now they're like the cops that come to our house just sent there and they don't know what they're doing. Like their own incompetence becomes very clear, you know, and how they're trying to impose censorship. So it's an imperfect system that is under enormous pressure. And of course, you know, I think from this standpoint of the artist, you always see how they affect that repression. But it has a lot of defects, a lot of problems, and those I think are hopefully might spell its own doom eventually.
I would like to say also, like, when we talk about movements in 27-9 or San Isidro as something, it looks like there is this organization. It's not. It's just, you know, I don't know how to say it, but like the spontaneous reaction of people, honest people that are, you know, are doing their own stuff. And I think this, I would also like to say, like, this, you know, this position in front of authorities in the co-option of or the recommendations of how you have to live your life are very relevant currently worldwide, because we are dealing with this, you know, like better or worse, with more control in some parts, less control, and more accountability on others. But in this way, I think, you know, what's happening in Cuba is looked by everyone with interest, because it's really happening also everywhere. So somehow, you know, like, I think we were very outside of the history or the world at some point, and suddenly Cuba has, you know, back into the center of, I don't know, Black Lives Matter and other stuff that, by the way, we're seeing in Cuba. Like, we were watching these things, so probably there's some inspiration there too.
No, I think that that's a really excellent point. There is a moment of global reckoning. Right now, I think the pandemic has been in some ways a catalyst for this. I think we've all had to look internally. We've all had to really refocus. I think, Pablo, you've written about this new focus on the local. And we just have a few minutes, so I do want to wrap up and just ask you both, in this moment of global reckoning, I think, what can we do to support artists, both at home, resisting regimes, and those in the diaspora, working outside to continue this movement of protest and resistance and social engagement?
I'll let Elena speak first.
Sure. I don't know. I will say my own strategy is to defend this space that is not regulated by any kind of authority. It might be academy, it might be government, it might be law, it might be I don't know, some models even. Like, I would like to defend a space where you can make your own decisions and experiment life in a new way. Capital also, like, it's not just everything ruled and already defined, but a space where you can create. And I really like the idea of a desert to be populated, so we can build in and create. And I think artists have a very good talent for that, and that I feel very good about that.
I just wanted to say that, I mean, I think as just the general supporters outside of Cuba, it is it's still very important not to stay silent, to be informed about what's happening, help amplify the voices of those artists who are in the fight, and in small and in whichever ways one can, and understand that to just basically try to learn as much as possible about the movement so that you are not misinformed, and I think it's I think in American media, for example, it's very easy to distort like the narrative of what's happening, and there's a lot of like right-wing thinking that, of course, is condemning communism, and it's really not about that. I mean, these are artists who are really for democracy, they're for freedom, and it's very important to understand where they're coming from and what the specific context is. So it's just very important to be informed, to double check things, to try to understand. If you don't speak Spanish, like try to go to like credible sources, that can explain the situation for you. But it's ultimately a fight about freedom of expression and about democracy that is true of every country in the world, not just Cuba.
Thank you so much, both of you, for participating. We are really grateful that you were able to come and share with us your views today. And I'm going to turn it back over to Robin.
Thank you guys so much. This is an incredibly enlightening conversation, and I was taking notes the whole time. I think there's some beautiful nuggets. I think when Elena said that art will always find a way, I think encapsulates really what this conversation is about, that the artists are, that, and then I think Pablo speaking to Tania Bruguera and her philosophy with Arte Útil, and how art should add to the world. And I think that that's really what we are seeing coming out of Cuba, and we'll be following this as it progresses. So thank you so much to our panelists for joining us here today, and for Victoria for your excellent moderation of this panel. And I just want to say that this is part of the America's Leadership Forum, and we will have more events this afternoon with an upcoming panel conversation on U.S. Cuba policy. So it'll be interesting to sort of look at this issue again, also from a very more sort of diplomatic policy perspective, and what is going on in the world of government relations between the U.S. and Cuba. So please tune in with us in 2 hours at 2 p.m. Mountain Time for that conversation as well. And with that, I just want to thank you all again for joining us, and to our amazing panelists for this conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 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 1 2. I need some background music, homie. What's up? I'm not feeling it. More snare in my mix. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 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 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 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 check. Hey Jeff, I need a flathead, please. Check check check. I got a lip on the left. Check 1 2. Check 1. Check 1 2. That's mic 2. Mic 3. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check check check. Oh yeah, turn the audio down on my camera or on both cameras. One, two. Check 1 2. That's good. Check 1 2. Go to mic 1. Are you happy? Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Nope. No need. It's pretty good. You guys hear the coronavirus was spiking in Cuba today? Very true. It's the highest level they've had since it started. In Cuba today. 2,000 cases. You're not gonna go? Oh. Oh, that's a nice building. Is it on the roof? Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Microphone 1, microphone 1, microphone 1, microphone. Hey Jeff, go power down that 15, please. I'm just curious, yeah. That's it. You hear that?
I think it's probably coming out of the speakers. We need to pick up the other mics, you know, kind of like natural room.
That's not natural. It's like a quick millisecond delay, dude.
Yeah. And one more time, Fire. Be solo. One of the mics does it still happen? One more time, Fire. One more time. One more time.
We actually do that. Join solo number 2. Just out of curiosity. Is there a yellow flashing light on there with delay? And is it coming through any aux effects? No? Was there a yellow flashing light or not?
No.
Really? Okay, good. Check 1, 2. Check.
Yeah, if you keep talking, Byron, I think that no problem. Yeah, I have a mad delay with the video.
You have what?
I have a delay with the video.
I'm sorry, one more time?
I have a delay audio.
Can you bring me back into the house, please? Check. There's no delay there, dude.
No. Like it's out of sync. Sorry.
Check.
Sounded way better.
What time is this thing over?
Right, do one more time.
What am I doing?
I'm just trying to think the sync issue. Alright, so keep going. Okay. Yeah, that same tempo, please.
Do what?
If you can keep going at that same tempo, that'd be great.
Where are the speakers in the ceiling?
That's a good question.
Keep going.
Yeah, keep going. Hold on, let me just talk to Pepe about the weather. Keep it PG.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Yes. What it's tell me what's ahead. Is it audio or the video?
Check.
Video is ahead.
Check.
So keep going.
Check.
Better, I think. I'm hearing it in the
Check.
Yeah, it's hard.
Check.
I'm gonna cut it really quick.
Okay.
Keep going.
Check.
Okay, now that's way off. What I'm seeing versus hearing. Here, do a slower clap.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 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 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Check check. Good. So we're put out my microphone. So the most important thing is for it to be coming into the stream. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Yes. Oh, I see what Robin was talking about with the delay. Yes. Yes. So this audio is going to be a little weird for me if I can hear my echo. What do you suggest? Okay. Fun. So I should be able to concentrate. Can you hear me? Sounds a lot better. It's a little weird to be like, you know, hovering over everyone. Oh. I am the only woman there. I mean, at least I deserve the larger podium, or I don't know what you would call this. Okay. Hello. I can see you. There's a delay in transmission. That's a little weird, but otherwise I'm fine. See me. Well.
Americas, and we're delighted to be partnering with the Cuba Study Group on today's panel. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you to our partners at the Cuba Study Group. We want to especially thank our shared board member, Maria Garcia-Berry, who has a few words for us before we get started.
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome to the Americas Leadership Forum. I am so privileged to be introducing the next panel to you, which is on U.S. Cuba re-engagement. I am Maria Garcia-Berry. I am a board member of both the Biennial of the Americas and the Cuba Study Group. I think what's so significant about bringing these two organizations together, to work together, to have dialogue about the current situation in Cuba and in the United States toward Cuba, is both organizations have a big mission, which is a big mission of creating dialogue, fostering relationships for the biennial all throughout Latin America. And the Cuba Study Group, one of its cornerstones is to encourage and initiate dialogue over very difficult issues, particularly through the Cuban communities throughout the world, but also primarily in the United States, to get to talk about difficult issues. I think this panel will be very enlightening. You'll learn a lot about what is happening today in Cuba, and also what the approach is, and the new approach under the new presidency of President Biden will be to Cuba. So again, I welcome you to this panel, and I hope you walk away with a lot of new thoughts and thought-provoking ideas. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Maria. We appreciate you more than you know. I want to thank Ricardo Herrera, the Executive Director of the Cuba Study Group, who's also sitting on our panel, and our moderator, Michael Bustamante, who will take it away. And thank you all for joining us.
I think that's my cue. Hi, everybody. It's great to be with you. My name is Mike Bustamante. I teach Latin American history at Florida International University in Miami. It's nice to be out of Miami. There's heat here in Denver, but no humidity, so I consider that an improvement. Before I introduce our three esteemed panelists, I wanted to just take a couple minutes to sort of set the stage for the conversation, this conversation about U.S. Cuba re-engagement prospects in the Biden era. Many of us, I think, will remember the excitement, the hubbub, the hype, and also the criticism that accompanied the Obama administration's decision to begin normalizing ties with Cuba in 2014, in late 2014. For many, although certainly not for all, that policy change augured a moment of hope as U.S. travelers, increased numbers of U.S. travelers began supporting the growth of the private sector on the island, and to an important degree, I would argue, the prospects of undoing or de-escalating the contours of bilateral conflict raised hope that Cubans themselves would be able to define and debate the future of their country more on their own terms. But if you've been paying attention to the news over the last few years, you will also know that the Trump administration proceeded to dramatically reverse course against expectations and hope that the Obama administration's policy of engagement had sort of definitively turned the page on 5+ decades of a U.S. policy of confrontation. The previous administration moved steadily, especially in 2019 and 2020, to undo almost every measure regarding contact, travel, and even government-to-government dialogue that the Obama policy had put in place. Which brings us to today. At the start of 2021, bilateral relations between Cuba and the United States, I would argue, were at their lowest point in years. Cuba, at the same time, finds itself in the midst of its worst economic crisis in 30 years, which certainly has been aggravated by COVID, but is not reducible to that either. You know, at the very moment that you would expect, because of that crisis, that Cuban officials would be their most conciliatory to try to set the stage for a possible re-engagement with the United States. In fact, over the last 6 to 8 months, we've witnessed really a rising wave of confrontation, hostility, and repression toward Cuban civil society activists. That certainly from an optical perspective, if nothing else, makes this a challenging moment to think about a policy of U.S.-Cuba re-engagement. So to talk about all of these matters and to explore the three vertices of the Cuban triangle, Havana, Washington, and Miami, because how these issues play out in Miami also has bearing on the calculus that Washington makes. We're joined by 3 experts, and I'm lucky to say close friends. You have their full bios in the event materials, so I'm going to just introduce them briefly. First, we're really pleased to be joined by Lilian Guerra, professor of Cuban and Caribbean history at the University of Florida, one of my mentors and a close friend. She's the author of many publications, but most recently of a book called Heroes, Martyrs, and Political Messiahs in Revolutionary Cuba, 1946 to 1958, which was published in 2018. So Lily, it's good to be with you, albeit virtually. Next, we'll hear from Gennady Rodriguez. Gennady was born in Cuba, raised in Cuba, studied law at the University of Havana, came to the United States in 2013, I believe, and today he's the editor of a really interesting media site called 23 and Flagler, which references the principal avenue in Havana on the one hand and another principal avenue in Miami. It's a really interesting and novel space for discussing what's happening in Cuba, the future of U.S.-Cuban relations, and all kinds of matters from a variety of political perspectives. So looking forward to hearing from Gennady. And finally, we're joined by my friend Rick Herrero, who's the executive director of the Cuba Study Group, as you already heard. And the Cuba Study Group released a report earlier this year entitled U.S.-Cuba Relations in the Biden Era, a case for making engagement resilient as a means of providing long-term support for the Cuban people. So we have about an hour, a little less, in Cuban time. That's no time at all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of ask a leading question to each of our panelists, ask them to respond in about 5 to 7 minutes. I'll then probably have a couple of questions that I'll throw at the entire panel. We'll have a little bit of discussion, and then at the end, in the last 15 minutes or so, we'll open it up to questions from both the audience that's present here and the one that's watching us online. So I want to turn to Lily first, if I can, and I'm going to look at the screen where I can see her face. Lily, as I noted, Cuba's in the midst of its worst economic crisis in 30 years. There is a new administration in Washington, and yet, as you have written recently in the New York Times, we're really, in some respects, in uncharted territory. Well, not perhaps uncharted territory, but very, very troubling territory vis-a-vis the state's relationship with Cuban civil society. So can you give us some context as to what's been happening in Cuba over the last 6 to 8 months and how that sort of fits into the broader political and economic backdrop of the state of affairs in the country currently?
Sure. What we have today is very much what we've had since 1991, and that's a battle between a state that has formally adopted capitalism and allowed for a small number of folks, more or less 10 to 15% of Cubans, to engage in self-employment. The battle between the government's desire to control that entrepreneurial sector, as well as allow it to a certain degree to flourish, because it cannot provide sufficient employment. It has not been able to provide 100% employment or even close to that since 1991 and the collapse of the Soviet Union. So there's another part to that story which is very important since 2018 in particular, and that is that in 1991 there were a series of reforms that didn't just provide for self-employment but allowed artists, musicians, and intellectuals to sell their work, to create work, and to sell their work independently of the state. And so the combination of the state's reliance on foreign investment, on tourism, and then entrepreneurs, and this additional ability of artists and intellectuals for the first time since really 1961 to express criticism and to sell it effectively in the form of movies and in the form of art and in music, criticism of everything, but especially criticism of the state, criticism of their own experiences. That really was a very testy part of this reality, this new reality post-1991. And then since 2018, we have seen, as you noted, a really radical increase in the degree and nature and expansion of repression, not just of artists and intellectuals, which has happened very deliberately and in a very orchestrated fashion. In August of 2018, the Cuban government effectively reversed all of the reforms that had passed with regard to that sector and passed this Decree 349, which requires that all artistic production, creative production, be vetted by the state and mediated by agencies of the state before it can be sold. So that means content can be evaluated in addition to the transmission or the sale being regulated by the state. So that happened, and that was a very obvious spark to what became a movement, effectively. In November of 2020, it acquired a name, 27th of November being a very particularly important historical date in the calendar of Cuban protest movement since the 19th century. But then in this past year, 2020, it became a moment in which you had about 300 artists protesting in front of the Ministry of Culture. And because all forms of public protest in Cuba are illegal, and they have been illegal since before 1961, really since 1960. This was not just unprecedented, it was stunning, and the Cuban state didn't quite know how to respond. That was also coupled with I would call it a generalized increase in the overt everyday repression of citizens that really peaked because of COVID and as a part of COVID. So just in terms of managing COVID, but also using COVID as an excuse to put Havana on lockdown, to ensure that people who were more discontent perhaps than ever before in terms of their economic situation and the political constraints on their economic capacity to fend for themselves, this was the chance that the government took. So what we have, today is a situation that is very much, in some ways, different than the 1960s through the 1980s, and in some ways identical. So to be very clear, from 1961 to 1991, communism as a system maintained itself by eliminating and controlling civil society. So you didn't have the right to form a union independent of the government. You didn't have the right to create a chess club independent of the government. Every social aspect of one's identity was somehow connected to a government agency. And the press especially was controlled by the government directly. So that scenario, in some ways, collapsed. In some ways, it remained there after 1991 because the Cuban government has never stated that it had endured a political crisis of any means with the collapse of the Soviet Union. So the political values of the state from 1991 to 2021 have remained. What has changed is that the capacity of the state in the 90s through the early 2000s to really enforce those political values, and those values are authoritarian and require loyalty to the state above all, and demonstrations, public demonstrations of that loyalty. The capacity of the state really to police those values, to reinforce them, and to make sure that loyalty was a formal part of the public production of citizenship, that has really come roaring back under Raul Castro and now under Díaz-Canel. So I think that is something that we can say is significant, and it's a significant characteristic of daily life, not just writ large. The other thing that is very important to mention, and with this note and one more I will close, but the other thing that's very important to mention is that throughout the last 60-some years, the Cuban government has always relied on the U.S. embargo in order to justify repression of human rights and to justify political discrimination, which was not just legal, but it was promoted and it was enforced when the government had, under sort of high communism and Soviet subsidies, when it had the power to enforce those things. So you didn't get promoted in school unless your political evaluation lined up with government demands, and political evaluations came first always. Since the 90s, the government has virtually been incapable of ensuring these kinds of political evaluations being the primary conduit for people's success in the system. But after Raul took power, that began to change, and it began to revert back to what we had in the 70s and 80s. So the recent arrests and detentions of rap musicians, the fact that artists like Tania Bruguera currently, twice a week has to endure rapid response brigades surveilling her, the fact that members of an artistic movement, which is also a protest movement based in Old Havana, known as the San Isidro movement, the fact that virtually all of their members are now under house arrest, I mean, those facts really reveal the degree to which the state is committed to retaining control over the public discourse and over citizens' ability to express freely what they want and how they want it and when they want it. So there is much more to say, but I think that that those things really matter. And I think the economic situation today is as dire or more dire than it was even in the early 90s. I mean, right now, the Cuban government's only source of income is really professional contracts abroad. So it's doctors abroad that are sending money through the government, or that are getting paid through these contracts. The Cuban government is receiving that money. That's the primary source of income for the Cuban national state. And locally, Cuban citizens have been trapped in their houses, and when they're not trapped in their houses, they've been standing in lines. So ration lines, are also a means of controlling people's ability, to do anything in Cuba, and so line upon line, one after the other, often rendering very little result. By the time you get to the front of the line, there's really nothing left to buy. These kinds of anxieties and everyday forms of repression have had a really significant impact on morale in Cuba. So now, the artist protests have acquired, for both the average citizen, I think, for the artists and for the Cuban state, greater firepower than they would have in another moment.
Thanks so much, Lily. Lots to chew on, and I'm sure we could spend all day talking about those dynamics. I would just note quickly, I think one of the other elements that is perhaps new here is the power and access that more and more Cubans do have to social media. So Cubans have had access to the internet and cell phones since 2018. So I think it goes to your point as to why some of these actions have perhaps had more impact than they would have had in another era. So Gennady, I want to turn to you, because obviously folks in Miami follow all things happening in Cuba very closely. That has always been the case, but perhaps never more so now than it is easier than ever because of social media and WhatsApp and what have you, to be constantly in touch with what's happening on the ground and vice versa. So certainly some of the developments that Lily was referencing, both the difficulty of the economic situation, again, in part because of COVID, in part because of slowness of government reforms, and also this rising conflict between civil society and state, have been followed closely in Miami. And they have kind of fed into an ongoing debate that has always existed in Miami about how the U.S. should respond. Can you talk a little bit about what sort of the trend lines have been in Cuban American points of view on what the U.S. policy should be toward Cuba in light of shared goals to promote a Cuban society that's more open and free?
Sure. Thank you, Mike, and good afternoon to all. Well, something very fascinating is happening in the Cuban American community in Miami. I'm going to get to that part of the story. But first, I want to briefly explain what we have been seeing in the polls. There has been an increased support for engagement with Cuba. I mean, that's something that is a pattern. However, it depends on who's going to be in the White House, let's see how big that support is going to be. For example, when Bush was in power, there was high support for the kind of isolation policies that the Bush administration had towards Cuba. But when Obama came, this completely changed. And then there was high support and majority support for what Obama was doing. And then we have Trump. And then we have, once again, a majority support for what the White House was doing. I believe you can see a pattern here. All Cuban Americans can have their own mind about what's going on in Cuba, but also what's going on in Washington influences a big deal what people in the Cuban American community are perceiving on what should the U.S. policy towards Cuba be. And Trump, for the last 4 years, he sold this idea of complete isolation. He was very consistent. And that, of course, I think had the result that by the end of his administration, about 66% of Cuban Americans were supporting Trump policies. So how this came to be? I mean, how is this possible? If you go to the objectives of this policy, create democratization, a democratic regime in Cuba, it hasn't worked. So why are we coming back to these ideas once and again? Now, what's fascinating now in Miami, and it's something that I had to learn involving with people, I never thought that I was going to be what's called an influencer. I think that is called it now. I used to teach at the School of Law of University of Havana. I was doing business consulting. But during the presidential campaign, I had to come forward, give my point of view, and try to create a platform to have more diverse opinions within the Cuban American community. Because honestly, those who were in favor of isolation policies, they were investing heavily on social media and on these online YouTube communities that also has been very effective to create, and to influence public opinion within the Cuban American community. Now, we all know Trump lost. We have Biden now. The expectation based on what Biden said is that he was half a move towards a more Obama-like policies. And that gave a moment for people who, even during the Trump administration, were trying to promote a change of policy towards Cuba. This was very underground. They started doing caravans, so they were taking the streets in bicycle. And the first caravan were about 8 people or 12 people, something about that. But the last one, and this was the last weekend, there were hundreds of people in Miami asking for lifting the embargo on Cuba. So that means that many people who thought that in Miami you will face repercussions because you were having a different opinion on what the policy should be towards Cuba are now more emboldened, are now showing themselves on the street. They're going to have another caravan this weekend. And now many of the major players in the online community defending the isolation policy towards Cuba, they're seeing themselves in the need to organize counter-protests to that. So there is a visible struggle within the community on what is going on. So I have a YouTube channel. And the first advice that I was given by someone who was doing it before me, he said, look, forget about discussing if you're gonna bring capitalism to Cuba or communism or whatever. I think people doesn't care about that anymore. Keep that in mind. I say, how is that possible? We want a democratic Cuba, we want the economic to thrive, we want people to have rights. And he said, forget about that. The main polarizing issue right now within the Cuban American community is the embargo and the isolation policy or not. Forget about that. You're going to find a lot of people who are very convinced capitalistic people. They want democracy in Cuba, but they believe that keeping the embargo is the worst thing we can do to promote that. And there is these other people who they believe that the embargo and the isolation policy will eventually bring this social uprising to change things. And I started to pay attention. I started to get the feedback from people coming to my channel, from creating my own online community, from participating in other people's online community. And I was convinced that yes, that is a fact. So right now, that is the main issue where Cuban Americans within Miami are having their discussion. It's happening in this underground. I would say underground because you have to go to those YouTube channels, see thousands of people participating, organizing, mobilizing to do the caravans, the march. And it's fascinating because I think it shows how diverse the opinion towards this U.S. policy towards Cuba has. I personally believe that if we look at that other pattern that I mentioned before, if now the White House indeed do not rely only on recent polls that comes exactly from the communications policy from the Trump administration, but if they do what Obama did, or at least if not exactly as Obama, they tend towards engagement with Cuba somehow, at least on humanitarian reasons, I think that's going to give a huge boost to those people who are against the embargo. And something very interesting and fascinating that I'm having, I really criticize the Cuban government and the Cuban system. I say it's a totalitarian system. I say it's autocratic. I mean, I use the word synonymous, you know what? And still keep having people from Cuba coming to my platform and openly supporting it. because the main issue is not my critics toward the system, it's the embargo. And they believe that what they should be supporting is the lifting of the embargo no matter what. So that's very interesting. And I was showing Rick the other day a post that I did on my platform that the first 2 likes from users that it received is from an artist in Cuba who has come forward and said he's a communist, and a prisoner from the Primavera Negra. So this is an ex-political prisoner in Cuba. So those polls were liking and engaging on the same message. So that's something very, I think, fascinating and important. And I think that's what's happening. And I presume we have to see what the Biden administration does. But I think that's the pattern. You can, have an idea of what's going on there.
Thanks, Gennady. I mean, it's so interesting because I think I think over recent years too, you're also responding in social media to the rise of new voices in social media that were full in on the Trump policy. And what was unique about those voices is that they were representative more of a more recent cohort of Cuban migrants to the United States that historically had been the ones that had been most defended a policy of engagement, right? So there's definitely tension happening in the Cuban American community around this issue. So I think Gennady and Lily too have set the table nicely to turn to Rick and to ask you to share, your impressions of, what the thinking is at this point, to the extent that we have evidence of it in the Biden administration as to how to move forward, given that no president wants to come into office and just say, I'm going to go back and do, Obama 2.0, right? He wants to put his own spin on things, given that Democrats didn't do well in South Florida, and that may make people skittish because, of course, U.S. Cuba policy is a matter of domestic politics. But also given the scale of the humanitarian and political crisis in Cuba right now, what is the Biden administration thinking? What did they promise? Where do you see it going?
Thank you, Mike. And first of all, thank you to the Biennial for hosting us today and for our audience for joining us. The scenario in Washington is no less complex right now. I mean, we have after 4 years of Trump policy, we're left behind by design with a highly restrictive sanctions environment towards travel, towards trade, remittances, and even proactive diplomatic engagement between the United States and Cuba. Biden wins the election, in part having pledged to do a partial rollback of the Trump policy insofar as travel, remittances, and consular services are concerned, so reinstating full travel, access to remittances, or the flow of remittances from the United States to Cuba, as well as reopening the consular services that were shut down at the U.S. Embassy in Havana. But he comes in, and these are all measures, not just those measures, but also all the other, the full reversal or near absolute reversal of Obama policy that we saw under Trump. All of that was done through executive order, and all of this would be fairly easy to undo if there were the political will to do it. But Biden comes into a very tricky political environment as he enters the White House. First, as you mentioned, the elections in South Florida. Biden won the national election, lost Florida, and won a lesser percentage of the Cuban American vote than either of his Democratic predecessors, Hillary and Obama. So he came in at a very low approval rating among Cuban Americans. Second, he comes in with a Senate that split 50-50, and one that Democrats within the Senate, along with the White House, are trying to push forth a very aggressive legislative agenda in which they need every single vote in order to make things happen. Every single vote on their side of the aisle in order to get things done. And one of those more consequential votes is also happens to be the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, who is Senator Robert Menendez from New Jersey, who has positioned himself as the most vocal voice on Cuba policy in the U.S. Senate, and who we know does not favor a policy of engagement, much more in favor of a policy of isolation. So the administration has been, even though they made these promises during the campaign, they've been sending mixed signals insofar as the timeline and scope for any sort of policy change. They've frequently mentioned that there is a policy review going on, one that's going to be governed by two principles, which they've stated time and again. First, support for democracy and human rights, that's going to be at the core of their efforts. And then second, that Americans, and especially Cuban Americans, are the best ambassadors for freedom to Cuba. And that, again, it's a very thorough review, that they are committed to fulfilling these campaign promises, but then they caveat by saying, but Cuba's not a priority. And it's been over 150 days so far since Biden came into office, and there has been no real movement on Cuba policy. To our knowledge, the reviews that are taking place are not interagency in nature. It's not for sort of a wide-ranging change in policy yet. What they are, it's much more piecemeal between different executive agencies. So we have, I think the one most often cited is the one that the State Department is leading. And that involves right now a series of, they're having stakeholder sessions and meetings with all sorts of folks that who are impacted by U.S. policy towards Cuba. And this includes elements such as also the enforcement of Title III, Cuba's listing in the state sponsors of terror list, which happened in the final days of the Trump administration. You also have a Pentagon-led review on the use of the U.S. naval base in Guantanamo Bay as a international terrorist prison. You know, its status since the Bush administration. They're taking a look to see if they can change that in this administration. And there's a CIA-led review investigation into what's known as the Havana syndrome, which are the series of mysterious health incidents that were suffered by U.S. diplomatic and intelligence personnel at the U.S. Embassy in Havana, starting in late 2016. But that we have since learned these incidents have sort of gone global in scale, and there is no clear sign of who is behind them. There's a lot of speculation that it's most likely the Russians, but there is no smoking gun, if you will. These reviews continue, but we don't know if there's going to be any. We don't know how much further they're looking at a deeper, a more substantive shift in policy. We see real echoes here of a Clinton administration in which, even though many within Biden's inner circle are pro-engagement and supported the Obama policy, they've shown little inclination to take this issue on because it's politically hazardous and has very little clear upside for the administration. And so they are they're laser focused on their agenda, on what's popular with American voters. And right now, as has been mentioned, Cuba and re-engaging with Cuba is nowhere near as popular as it was during the Obama opening. So sort of the practical result of all this right now is that Trump policy remains on autopilot. For now, any regulation that's subject to executive orders that were put in place under the Trump administration that are currently under review by the Biden administration, the Trump executive orders will continue to govern until that review is complete. And we've seen that already sort of manifest itself in many ways. We saw it yesterday with the vote at the UN in which the United States voted against condemning the embargo. So running counter to the last vote under the Obama administration that they voted to abstain. Again, since we're not going to see any changes until they finish this review, the Trump policy remains, and they very much voted against condemning the embargo. We saw it in the annual human rights report where it had very strong rhetoric that very much echoed the kind of rhetoric that we saw under the Trump administration, and also the recent redetermination that Cuba has not been fully cooperating in counterterrorist efforts. There's a real risk in all this, in the Biden administration's inattention towards Cuba, that it will cause irreparable damage in the bilateral relationship and further exacerbate conditions on Cuba that have led to the status quo. And it seems, based on a lot of the sort of the actions and views expressed by Cuban officials, that they may be misinterpreting this deprioritization or hands-off approach in the meantime while this administration focuses on much more urgent matters in their agenda, that they may be interpreting this as a purposeful embrace of Trump policy when it's in no way clear that that's the case. But of course, if state repression continues, as been cited by Lillian and others in this panel, this could all become a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Because part of what makes the politics of this is so tricky is conditions on the island. The worse that Cuban Americans see the Cuban government behave, the less support you see towards engagement or any loosening of policy towards Cuba. Having said all this, we do expect the Biden administration to move on it's already on the policy changes that it did pledge during the campaign, reopening travel, remittances, and consular services. It's something that can happen as soon as the summer, perhaps a little bit later. But there is a growing concern that this humanitarian crisis that we're seeing in Cuba could bubble over and become a migratory crisis across the Florida states. And that's something that this administration, or frankly no one, should want.
Yeah. Thanks, Rick. Yeah, and we've seen numbers ticking up of Cubans coming on rafts and things like that, notwithstanding changes in immigration policy that date to the Obama administration that mean that Cubans don't have sort of the fairly open path to legal residency as was the case in the past. So I want to throw a question at all the panelists, and it has to do with, in a way, a certain paradox that I see with regard to political and economic developments on the island now. And I want to ask each of you to reflect on it or how you see it, and again, what bearing it might have on what the Biden administration might do. On the one hand, we heard from Lillian in detail, and there's more detail to be shared about this conflict between civil society and state, particularly in recent months. But I think the other thing that's interesting about this moment is that in July 2020, in the height of the pandemic, the pandemic seemed to be the straw that broke the camel's back, potentially in some ways, to getting the Cuban government to kind of re-up the ante on economic reform plans that had been, gone through sort of ups and downs since 2010. They've now committed to, a pretty significant expansion of what the Cuban state calls self-employment. They've committed to not just self-employment, but allowing, in fact, small businesses that exist in Cuba to, in effect, incorporate and gain legal personality as small and medium-sized enterprises, which would mean you could run a business not out of your own personal bank account, which would be a good thing. And they've also moved forward, this of the three measures, this is the only one they've actually moved forward on. In January 2021, they began a very difficult, many would argue necessary, but nonetheless painful process of currency unification and, in effect, devaluation that in the short term has hit people's pockets really hard in the absence of some of these other economic measures that would allow the economy to respond. But there does seem to be a signal that's being sent that on the economic reform front, there will be forward motion, right? At the same time that there is this very tense, conflicted dynamic between state and civil society. So in any of your estimation, I mean, what's the signal, if any, that the Cuban authorities are sending to the Biden administration? Can a certain follow through on the economic reform front provide an opportunity for the Biden administration to move and to try to bolster those efforts if we think they're good? And at the same time, does the continued intensification of conflict between civil society and state, would that negate that possibility? So maybe I'll turn to Lily first. We'll go in the order that we started.
Well, I personally don't think that any of the measures that you're talking about there, the Cuban government has any intention of relying on to expand the power of entrepreneurial sectors in Cuba. They are intended to come out now so that they can make the case to the citizenry that they have attempted to expand their opportunities, but in a context in which there's absolutely no access to resources like the funding from abroad, even if it's only $100 a month you might get from your cousin, in Gainesville. That's often enough to make things work for you if you have a tiny little business stripping off the husk of rice, kernels for your local peasants. Without the $100 is not happening, and the way in which the Cuban government is addressing the banking issues is sort of, as you said, it's enough to be discussed in a larger, much longer format. But it has always been the case that when you want to withdraw money from your bank account in Cuba, you have to actually tell the teller what you're using it for. So most Cubans don't put their money in bank accounts. They have absolutely no trust in the Cuban state, and that includes the entrepreneurial class. On the other hand, 82% of the economy is in the hands of the Fuerzas Armadas Revolucionarias, the armed forces, which has replaced, in fact, the Communist Party as the main operator in the economy. That's one of the differences between the 70s and the 80s and the current situation. In every store and in every discotheque that's owned and operated by the Cuban government, the director of that, the dirigente or the gerente, the manager of it, is no longer just a party member. Most of the time, they're not even a party member. They're a Ministry of the Interior intelligence agent. So this is something that has been happening since 2009, and it is generalizable today. You could go to a discotheque in Holguín and discover that the gerente is a Ministry of the Interior intelligence official. So what you have is a percentage of this superstructure of the government, which is utterly committed to containing and controlling the revenues from state capitalism, and the only way to do that is to contain and constrain those below them. They surely have bank accounts. Many of them are not even in Cuba. Most of them probably don't have bank accounts in Cuba. They have them in Panama, or they have them in Spain, or they have them in Switzerland. So these are the CEOs. GESA, which is the big corporation that really is the conglomerate that, as I say, controls 82% of the economy in Cuba and brings in the revenue. They have been the past and the future for the last 5 years. And I do think that we're making a mistake if we're somehow thinking that the civilians in this administration in Cuba are actually in power. The more important parts of the government there are the ones with the weapons and the ones with the money, and the ones that have control over foreign investment transactions. And all of those guys are in the Ministry of the Armed Forces and the Ministry of the Interior. So what signals are they sending to the Biden administration? Zero. They want to contain and constrain, and they're delighted to have this embargo in place. I mean, when the things that happened in May and June exploded in terms of the repression of artists, exploded in the international media for the first time, people were paying attention. The New York Times published this op-ed, the Washington Post went after it, and you had all of this sort of what is in Cuba illegal media like El Toque, publishing about regularly, and you had Facebook live streaming of people talking about showing the repression on the streets in Cuba, not just artists, but just random citizens. When all that was happening, what did the Cuban government say? It said what it's always said, that the only human rights violations in Cuba are those committed by the U.S. embargo. So if there's going to be any shift, it really, I do believe, would have to happen here with the United States saying an end to the embargo. That would throw all the cards in the air. And it's unfortunate the Obama administration didn't go that far, because with the little that they did do, which was quite a bit, I mean, it's pretty dramatic when it happened, the Cuban government had no response, really. They didn't know what to do. They didn't, other than to immediately freak out and try to diminish and discredit Obama and represent him personally in kind of racist terms. Other than that, I mean, they couldn't even come up with a better slogan for his visit in March of 2016 than "Welcome to Cuba." I mean, I really do think we got to talk about what we can do in this country, and that's the most dramatic thing we could do. And frankly, the people on the far right who want to say that the embargo is somehow, a moral stance, give me a break. You are actually giving the Fuerzas Armadas Revolucionarias and the Ministry of the Interior all the weapons that they need to continue to do what they've been doing for the last 60 years, but particularly for the last 10. And the opportunity lost in the 90s by the Clinton administration will be repeated again by the Biden administration unless they do something. And they take a stand, and a stand that is going to be controversial in some sectors. But the reality is that most of the people in Miami would love to see radical change and want to go and change their island. And those are the people who do travel to Cuba. The folks who maybe have the microphones and the ear of and Senator Rubio, none of those people go to Cuba. They haven't been to Cuba, for decades, or they've never been there. So, this is my reaction to that question.
Just because we're a little bit short on time and I want to make sure it's time for questions.
Sure.
What's your impression of the economic reform discussion? What relevance does it have? Is it significant? Is it not? Your reaction to the question. And
yeah, no, I agree
comments.
with many of what Lillian said. I think that the main problem is the embargo, and I used to say that, look, with the embargo in place, you don't expose the responsible for what's going on completely. And it has shown that it's unable to take them out of power. So if you don't show who the responsible is and you can take them out of power, what are you looking for? And of course, because of the embargo and this protest with San Isidro movement, I see, because I talk with many people all the time, I don't have any reason to think that everyone that interacts with my platform is paid by the Cuban government. So I have to presume a huge part of people who are very smart, very well educated, they're just sharing with me their real thoughts. And they're telling me, look, I don't want to follow San Isidro because they want a social uprising. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's the cost. I'm going to pay myself. So I do not want to follow what they're doing. They do have a huge support here in the Cuban American community in Miami, but that's not going to change dynamics within the island. And the reason many of those people are not following, and sometimes even ignoring the legitimate right of these San Isidro activists to protest, is because they said, hey, there is an embargo in place, there is a regime change policy, they want to create social chaos, I don't know what's the price I'm gonna have to pay, so I'm not following their lead. I'm just trying to have some economic reform, and I do believe that if the US will accompany and help those reforms, I'd be better myself.
Yeah. Rick, and just to add one other element here, I mean, of course, the challenge with the idea of what the U.S. needs to do is lift the embargo is that the White House has its hands tied to a certain degree because of congressional law in the codification of the embargo. So your impressions on the impact of economic reform vis-a-vis the political question in Cuba and how that might shape the Biden administration's response?
So the Cuban government's sending mixed signals. On the one hand, they keep saying that they are undergoing this very transformative economic, they call it the new economic strategy, but it's a transformation of its economy in which they are going to allow for the private sector to play a greater role in the most productive areas of the economy. They're going to finally legalize and have even authorized the creation of small and medium-sized enterprises for the first time in 60 years, in over 60 years in Cuba. But it's not reflected in law yet. They are going to expand the private sector and have already signaled in which ways they're going to expand that private sector. But the final list of private sector activities or the activities that will be prohibited hasn't been published yet. So they've been signaling that these things are coming and that they're coming soon, but they don't go into effect. You can see that there are inherent tensions. One thing we always got to keep in mind when it comes to the Cuban government, especially post-Fidel, it is not a monolith. There are factions within that government. There are more orthodox factions, there are more reformist factions, and you see the tensions within those factions in a lot of their policymaking because it looks like a mishmash of things, and a lot of it's ineffective and gets dragged out for years in many cases. At the same time, this wave of repression against artists, journalists, the San Isidro movement works against a renewal of relations because it makes it less politically salient here in the United States, right? Because again, people respond strongly when they see artists getting beat up inside their homes. And the challenge here when it comes to the embargo is that there is a great opportunity in what is the Cuban private sector. If Cuba would finally go ahead and legalize the private sector, legalize those small and medium-sized enterprises, and allow foreign investment into those businesses, allow private sector actors in the United States to partner up independently with private sector actors in Cuba and invest in their businesses, and treat Cubans in the diaspora and anyone in the diaspora that's interested in the Cuban market, allow them to have the same, rights as people on the ground, and most importantly for people on the ground. Nobody should be treated here as second-class citizens in this kind of in this kind of scenario. But opening that up, what's so important about opening up the private sector, as far as the embargo is concerned, is that when the embargo was codified into law, it didn't foresee a private sector under the current government. So it would be the sector that's least exposed to codified sanctions under U.S. law, and the one that has the most potential to not only build stronger ties between the United States and Cuba, strictly through the United States private sector and the private sector on the island, but also through those ties, generating the political momentum necessary to see more fundamental policy change in Washington.
Thanks, Rick. So we just have exactly 10 minutes left, so I think I'm on time. And so I want to open up the floor in person and also virtually for questions from the audience. I suppose I'll start by asking if there's questions here in the room, or I'll turn to the organizers here to share some of the questions that come from online, if anybody has a question. Please.
Thank you. I would like to just give an additional statement.
If I may, just because we're short on time, if you could please phrase your question in the form of a question.
Very brief.
Forgive me.
Very brief. There's hope in the horizon for the lifting of the embargo, believe it or not. There are 5 issues that need to be done before Congress can look at the embargo and even consider to repeal it. The first one is that no Castro is in power, check. The second one is that there is a substantial private business enterprise in the island with about 500,000 private business in the island that would qualify. The third one is that there are independent press in the island. Now there's 7 independent press, so you can check that box too. That means there's 2 left. And one is the release of political prisoners, and the other one would be that they adopt a new, more Western-friendly system of government, even if it is a socialistic system, but more like what you would see, say, in Europe or in Canada. And that's the big holdup. And that's something that hopefully in time they can be convinced that what would help them, what would help the Cuban people, what would help the Cuban Americans here in the island, what would help even the Americans to go back and do business with Cuba, what would also bring Cuba to the forefront of being in the market with the rest of the world, would be to adopt a new system, socialistic as an evolution of where they are now.
Thanks for the comment. I think I'll treat it as a comment rather than a question. I think do we have any questions from online? So let me turn the floor over to this side of the room.
Yeah. It seems to me that we have not done enough thinking and enough academic work and enough understanding on a role of the embargo that very few people talk about. We talk about the embargo as not having worked. We talk about embargo as possibly setting up a pressure cooker system that might result in chaos or a social explosion in Cuba. We have talked enough about the embargo harming innocent people in Cuba and all of that. But there needs to be a lot more thought given to the embargo acting or serving the role of an obstacle to change in Cuba. Rather than encouraging Cuba to change, the embargo actually, in my opinion, makes it very difficult for Cuba to change. The economic changes that Cuba needs to undertake become almost impossible to effect with the wide-ranging sections of the embargo. So I think it would be useful to have some additional work, some additional understanding on that aspect of the embargo, because in many ways it is a policy that, while intended to cause Cuba to change, may in fact be obstaculizing or delaying those changes very effectively. So I think this is where we need to provide additional thinking on this issue.
Thanks for the reflection. Just in the interest of time, why don't I throw it back to the panelists just for maybe a final comment in response to either that comment or other things that we've discussed. We have about 5 minutes, so just give everybody about a minute before we go ahead and close it out. So Lily, last words.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the Cuban Constitution of 2019 grants the party rule in perpetuity. And you could just look, Article 9, for instance, says that commitment to socialism, as defined by the current Cuban Communist Party, is obligatorio. So this is not a regime currently that is interested in changing its political structures at all. So if that's going to be a condition for eliminating the embargo, I mean, then we're just, we're talking to ourselves. I think that the need to change U.S. policy with regard to the embargo is very critical, because the little bits of holes in the embargo that we saw form in 2016 and that I personally witnessed were stunningly successful. So you had about 100,000 Americans visiting Cuba, bringing their information. You had all kinds of connectivity, both by social media and also just cultural and intellectual engagement, the creation of so many different and what are still illegal magazines and digital newspapers in Cuba, like El Estornudo is another one. This is not a free press. This is an independent press that is struggling to survive. So, but we got, for a very short period of time, just a dramatic shift in the attitudes of Cubans towards what was possible. And I think that needs to come back to Cuba, however it can. So even if just Biden turns to Obama's old policies and does those things, they drove enough holes into the embargo that this shift in people's understanding of what was possible and their willingness to take on the state and also to create change and dynamics of growth in the economy and at the ground level, they were very impressive. You could not deny them. And I hope that even if that's all we do, that will be enough to really to effect a transitional situation of some variety whose outcome is unpredictable. And I think the unpredictability of the outcome is something that we should not worry about, because it's not our country. It's Cubans' country.
Give an idea on what Carlos said. And it's something I always said in my channel is, look, with the embargo, the risk threshold is very high for them for changing, because anything they do, it can end up very bad. So if we can give them some space so they can, by trial and error, move forward with these changes, we can accompany them and help them and try to be there so we can, lower that threshold risk. I think we will be more successful in seeing significant change in Cuba than the other way around.
Thanks, Gennady. Rick, final word to you.
Real quick, we can all talk about lifting the embargo. It requires political capital to do so. The embargo is in the hands of Congress, and we would need them to move in order to repeal it, unless Cuba ends up meeting all the conditions under Helms-Burton. The more promising ways to create that momentum are right now, to the most part, in the hands of the Cuban side, of the Cuban government. Speed up the expansion of the private sector and allowing U.S. investors to be able to partner up with entrepreneurs and invest in that sector to strengthen those ties, and also take proactive steps to improve relations with your diaspora. And a great part of that is improving relations with your own civil society, because that civil society has its relatives and friends in the diaspora. And Cuba has to understand that this battle that they continue to fight, that they continue to frame as a battle with the tyrant of the North, the United States, is really a conflict among Cubans. And until the relationship between Cuba and its diaspora changes, we're going to see this vicious cycle continue ad infinitum.
Thanks, Rick. I'll just end on one thought. That I think this has been a really great panel for beginning what can continue to be a reflection about, obviously U.S.-Cuban relations, but the importance of also not understanding Cuba only through the prism of its relationship with the United States. And yet we have to understand Cuba from the inside out. And we also can't deny the importance of the U.S.-Cuba relationship either. And those dynamics are incredibly complex and rich and worthy of future exploration. So I want to thank the panelists, Lily, Gennady, Rick. It's been a pleasure. I appreciate your time, and I'll turn it back over to the MCs.
Thank you all so much. Thank you to our fantastic panelists. And we're deeply grateful to the Cuba Study Group for our partnership, and we look forward to hosting more conversations on this. Clearly, there's so much more to be discussed, and we're just grateful to those of you in the room and those of you who are tuning in online. Thank you all.
As you have them, and without further ado, I pass you along.
Great, thank you, Robin. It's great to be here, and it's great to be here with a fabulous panel. What I thought we'd start off with before we get into the agenda is just to introduce the panelists to everybody and let everyone explain a little bit about their role in ESG and what they're doing right now. So let me start with introducing Sophia. Sophia Alcaron Diaz is a director of LATAM Sustainable Finance at IHS Markit. She advises corporate and financial institutions on how to disclose and manage environmental and climate risks. And prior to joining IHS Markit, Sophia served as the director of Carbon Trust Mexico. So Sophia, welcome. And can you tell folks a little bit more about yourself?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. Thanks, Robin, and the entire team for the invitation. So happy to share the panel with fantastic panelists. And yes, so I basically help companies around Latin America to disclose and manage their climate and ESG related risks. So my background is mainly on climate change. I've been working on the field for over the past 14 years, and I'm happy to be here. Nice to meet everybody.
Great, thank you, Sophia. Also with us today is Tariq Fancy. Tariq is the CEO and founder of Rumi, which is a nonprofit Google-backed technology startup focused on using micro-learning to make learning as fun and engaging as social media. It's interesting, learners in over 140 countries, often in remote and offline communities, use Rumi to help educate themselves and to educate others. Prior to founding Rumi, Tariq was the managing director at BlackRock, where he served as BlackRock's first ever chief investment officer of sustainable investing. And Tariq, welcome today. And can you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Yeah, I think my career is I spent a long time in finance. I actually learned to invest as a distressed or vulture investor at a firm that spun out of Carl Icahn's firm, so very aggressive. Then I founded Rumi as a nonprofit, which is the opposite extreme, and then joined BlackRock with the goal of trying to merge both bottom lines. And now I'm back and have my full focus kind of back on Rumi, but a lot of experience in ESG.
Been looking forward to hearing from you on kind of your view of ESG and corporate America as well. So thanks for joining us. Also with us is Christelle Saab. Crystal is the Unit Chief Environmental and Social Risk Management at the Inter-American Development Bank, a position she has held since October of 2020. And prior to taking on that role, Crystal held some key positions at IADB, focused mainly on the operations of IADB. And Crystal, thank you for joining us today. And can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hello, Bill. Hi, everyone. So excited to be here. And thank you for the introductions. I've been in the development financing world for over 15 years. Seems like a lot, but I've done a lot of different types of positions, both in the corporate level, but also in the field, in the operational level, where you have to kind of put up your sleeves and dig into project design, preparation, implementation, and also deal with the management of a lot of ESG issues. Currently, I'm super interested in a particular way of MDB. So multilateral development banks, our mission is usually very humble and to the highest value, because we want to reduce poverty, inequality, and we want to be able to also improve economic growth for countries, in our case, in Latin America and the Caribbean. And usually when you work in an MDB, you say, okay, I'm done, I'm doing my part. I've done, the best I could do. But then when you incorporate ESG considerations, you realize that the how you do it is also very important, right? So for me is what I'm super excited about on discussing how incorporating ESG can improve even more the mission that we have.
Well, great. Well, Crystal, thank you as well for joining us today. And I think we've got a good agenda set up for everybody here. And I think everyone will learn a lot, not only about ESG, but some of the thoughts behind it, what's right with it, and what's wrong with it right now as well. So let's start off, Sophia, one of the things that's, I think, confusing to people is, what is ESG? There's ESG, CSR, all these different acronyms, and maybe more importantly, what ESG is not. Can you kind of explain that and help educate all of us on that?
Absolutely, sure. So let's start with what ESG is, and then we can move on to the what isn't ESG. So to start off, ESG is environmental, social, and governance matters, right? And in general, there are two perspectives, one from the buy side and the other one from the sell side, investors and corporates, right? But in overall terms, ESG is, I would say, an overarching framework to disclose ESG materiality and assess how a company manages risks and opportunities from a changing market and non-market conditions. So that's basically the definition. So it's important to define that ESG is not about value, it's about the ability to create and sustain long-term value in a rapidly changing world. So just to give you a little bit of like a snapshot of what environmental, social, and governance factors are. So environmental pertains everything that is related to the environment, of course, the use of renewable and non-renewable sources, water, ecosystems, biodiversity. Social includes management of human resources, local communities, and clients, of course, employers as well, employees. And governance involves issues related to business, the business model, or common practices within the industry, but also includes the interest of broader stakeholder groups. So even when we don't have any universal categorization of ESG factors, right? And depending on the industry, depending on the sector, depending on the business model, ESG matters and differentiates from one to the other. We know what ESG isn't. So if I may, can I show you a slide that I created, if we have time? Give me 1 second. I should be able to pull it out in a second. Can you see my screen by any chance?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. So this is just a slide that shows what ESG It's not. This doesn't mean that we shouldn't include these type of strategies into our own ESG analysis, right? It just means that ESG has evolved throughout time to now include more activities. So in Spanish and English, for the audience that speaks Spanish, so empresa socialmente responsable, or CSR, net zero pledges, carbon neutrality, reforestation practices, alignment to sustainability strategies or frameworks, a net zero pledge, health and safety environment. Those are not ESG, right? So ESG is more than that, is broader than that. And if we don't keep that in mind, if we don't have an adequate sustainability strategy, this could lead us to greenwashing practice. So I'll leave it there, and we can come back.
Great, Sophia. And you know, it's interesting, as you point out what it is and what it isn't. Crystal, as a development bank that's involved in funding some very significant projects throughout the Americas, how do you look at ESG and what it is and what it isn't?
Sure. So for us, for example, we focus on the intricacy of how economic development relates to sustainability, right? So since we want to help countries develop sustainably, we have to look at ESG in terms of, for the E, respecting the environment, for the S, doing it in a social inclusion manner and respect for human rights, and in the G, with the utmost transparency and integrity values, right? So the way we incorporate ESG matters is, I could say, in all levels. So at the enterprise-wide level, we have in our mission or strategy, ESG is included. We also have in our policies, inclusion of ESG. So we have a specific policy for environmental and social aspects. And also it's included in our processes and also in our systems and in the projects that we finance. So it's kind of overall integration. And to give you a more precise example, in terms of the programs that we finance or the projects that we finance, what we do, first of all, is we classify projects in terms of their impacts, ESG impacts and risks. So then you have projects that are more risky than others. After that, we follow a due diligence process based on this classification, right? So the riskier projects will have more due diligence done, for example. And this all happens before project approval. And then once a project is approved, obviously you have to follow the standards, the safeguards, the policies, and also have the sufficient resources. So people who are specialized in the management of ESG risks, for example. So in a nutshell, this is how we address ESG and what it is for us.
That's interesting, especially in the context of providing funding, right? So you're looking at it as a due diligence exercise in a lot of senses, and then evaluating, where you may not get the benefit out of it that's being portrayed, correct?
It is correct, but at the same time, being a development or an institution, we have to finance riskier projects. So we cannot say to the poorest countries, if you don't have all of the ESG aspects taken care of, we're not going to finance. And so this is where we add this value of development is, although we are in a risky context, and we have to do the due diligence, what we also do in terms of ESG is making sure that we're building the capacity of the countries by following our standards. So we provide a lot of training, right? So it's not so much of a funding decision, more so, is more how do we make sure that the capacity is built or increased in the country so that they're able to manage those risks. And so the other important thing is that for a country who may have a lot of ESG risks that are very high, sometimes you need additional, let's say, hand-holding, or you need additional action plans maybe, or you need other institutions to support in the implementation of projects.
Okay. And Tariq, with your experience on Wall Street and what you've seen, can you talk a little bit about how companies are looking at ESG right now? And maybe a little later we'll get into what they're doing that's probably not so great in implementing their programs. But what are you seeing from the corporate side of things, and how corporations are looking at this concept of ESG and their role in promoting it?
Thanks, Bill. I think it's an interesting one because it's sort of evolving a little bit. The definitions are evolving, how people are looking at it evolving, and there's a lot of CEOs that are sort of trying to figure it out themselves. I get good fortune coming after Sophia and Christelle, who made some really good points. First of all, what is ESG? That definition is really important because it means sometimes different things to different people, which is why it's so hard to pin down. And then, and Christelle's point on sort of how you look at it through a process, but then you're balancing sort of the development imperative with the ESG imperative. And all that sets up well how an asset manager looks at it, because Wall Street will look at it through the lens of value rather than values. So it's going to be, does this have dollar value? Does it matter to return? And they can't really look at values, whether it's good for the environment or social, unless it has value relevance. Because the goal generally is they're all acting as fiduciaries, and you're incentivized and legally obligated to focus only on return. And so the way we would have looked at it in an investment process is to say, where does ESG data help us improve that process? Which, if you think about it, if ESG adds return to an investment process, it's kind of financial jargon or a proxy for saying, are responsible companies more profitable, right? And if you can use the data accordingly. And I think that's effectively how the corporate space is, in theory, looking at it, right? It's saying that on some form, we have to care about this because society cares about this. The traditional view in economics is if you have an externality, for example, pollution, the way you would internalize it and make companies adjust their behavior is probably through taxes and regulation. The other way you would internalize it is through society, changing their attitudes. And so young people want to work at companies that have better ESG footprints, or buy from, companies that do, and so on and so forth. And that is changing the landscape around many companies, which of course varies by industry and geography and so on. But it's meaning that they have to care on some level about, the risks and opportunities associated with their ESG performance.
Is it, Tariq, thinking through that side of things, what is, when you look at investment, institutional investors, for example, or larger companies that put the programs together, what are some of the hallmarks that you've seen that they've done up to now that you would say are somewhat effective, or at least have some measure of effectiveness?
I think the most important thing is looking at ESG data with an honest look at what is possible and what's not possible. So again, the fact of being a fiduciary and having to focus on returns means that they can't look at all ESG data. They can only look at what's considered material. And that becomes important because if you're looking at through the lens of values, or externalities, you might look at a whole bunch of data and you'd say, all of this, is important to society, and try to bring it as part of your process. Generally, the best way it's done in the financial sector, whether we necessarily like it or not, it's just due to the limitations of how it operates, is whittling it down to saying there's all this ESG data, but we don't want an aggregate ESG score because it's kind of blurry because it's mashed a bunch of stuff up. We want to look at the underlying data and figure out for this sector what matters, for this geography what matters, for for investment these would be your risk tolerance, duration, other things, and within those different parts of the data, relevance, and potentially can help mitigate risks or other things. And I think the most important thing is sort of whittling it down, so it's not just a one-size-fits-all approach, but it's actually applied, really according to all of the specifics of that strategy. And if that's done well, then the data, has more relevance than if it's sort of the sort of just a generic box ticking compliance or sort of one size fits all approach.
Yeah, there's some data, and push it out there and talk about it, right? you know an effective program when you see it, right? It has more than just data output. It actually has a substantive role within a company.
Yep.
But one of the things that you talked about in terms of measurement, I think, Sophia, one of the things in your work in advising companies, and I've been in this position myself as heading up a task force this year for Liberty Latin America, do our first report, is how many standards there are out there. So when you look, there's SASB, there's MSCI, there's CDSB, IIC, I always get emails from companies that say, here's your rating, and I don't know what, a lot of the times you don't know what it is. What are we to make of all of that? And is there any movement towards standardizing anything? I hear the SEC and IFRS are also going to get involved in the game. So what's your thought on that?
Let me start by just saying that there are two different types of standards. We have the voluntary and the mandatory standards. I would say that the majority of the standards live in the voluntary space, and we have around 20 well-established reporting frameworks in the world. And we have others that have been published by governments, including the UK, the U.S. SFDR by the European Union, and these are mandatory, but these are less, right? So, and we're not counting here all the reporting frameworks by specific industries or those promoted by NGOs. Even now, institutional investors have created their own methodology to assess their ESG data from corporates, right? So we have a very wide universe of standards out there, right, or reporting frameworks. So one of the topics that is really common in these conversations is why standardization is needed, right? Or where is it leading to? So we know that each company is driving their own story with their own data, right? And ratings are important these days. So standardization becomes important because there is a large number of reporting frameworks, as I mentioned, right? You cannot compare, like given the whole universe of reporting frameworks, you cannot compare apples with apples, definitely, right? So some of these frameworks are very old. They started probably 2 decades ago with different objectives, right? And you have a boom of new reporting frameworks after the Paris Agreement, right? After the adoption of the Paris Agreement, you see more and more. And even last year, you had one additional reporting framework from the World Economic Forum. We have the World Bank, etc., right? So that standardization is needed because those are different. Those have different stories, right? The second, I would say, reason why standardization is needed is because they have different objectives, right? Some of them were created for investors, some others were created for companies, right? And then therefore don't have the same power, right? So it's not the same to talk about SASB than GRI or TCFD these days, right? An investor who is well-versed with the ESG topic might have this understanding, but someone like a regular consumer or other stakeholder might not be very familiar with the types of frameworks, right? The third one is, well, standardization is needed by sector. So it's not the same to talk about the mining sector or the oil and gas sector, right? So they have different materiality, different transparency metrics. And in order to avoid confusion, regulators need to make that clear. And that is already happening. It's already happening in Europe. It's already happening in the UK, in New Zealand, right? So they are setting up the standards of what green is, of how and what needs to be disclosed and therefore managed. And we can talk about this in the next section, but I'll leave it there.
Okay, and you know, it's interesting in thinking through that, Sophia. How do you consult with clients on the myriad of things that they have to look at when they're building an ESG program? What are some of the things that you talk to clients about for them to focus on?
It really depends on the jurisdiction. So in the particular case of Latin America, we don't have yet regulators that are asking for this type of information. So it's up to the company to decide what is material to them, right? So what they want to convey. And there are frameworks like SASB that is very oriented to investors. We have GRI that is very oriented to find materiality. We have TCFD that is oriented towards climate risk disclosure, as well as management. So it really depends on what the strategy of the company is, because some of them, nowadays, for instance, in TCFD, allows the company to set up metrics that are aligned to the science, right? So if the company wants to set up, let's say, a net zero pledge, or wants to align to the Paris Agreement goals, right, they might need to use one of these methodologies, right? TCFD aligned with science-based targets, for instance, right? They have to be combined, they have to work together. Otherwise, it's just, it's just words, right? It's just qualitative information, which could be a challenge for companies, right? Having only qualitative information instead of quantitative information might not be telling the story they want to tell, right?
Okay. And Crystal, interestingly, I know you started your role in October of 2020, and not surprisingly, in September of 2020, the IADB adopted the Environmental and Social Policy Framework. As the Board of Governors, and as I assume you were involved in the process putting together the framework, how did you think about what mattered to a development bank as an investor in both countries that are fairly sophisticated in the way they handle this, and countries that haven't even begun to address all aspects of ES and G?
Sure. So that's true. So in 2020, last year, the IDB took two key decisions to show its commitment in ESG. So is the approval of this environmental and social policy framework you just mentioned is one of those. And then the creation of the unit for which I'm the chief right now, which is the Environmental and Social Risk Management Unit. And it is very important because we had an evaluation that showed that it would be important to have the risk management office have a key role in terms of ESG risk management. That gives it more independence, but also that gives it more, let's say, vigor in terms of making sure that we are doing the appropriate risk management activities of identifying risks and assessing and mitigating them. So it is definitely kind of putting your money where your mouth is in terms of the IDB's commitment to ESG. And in terms of the policy framework that we have now, we're trying to do what also Sophia just mentioned in terms of harmonizing between the MDBs, the multilateral development banks. So the new policy framework aligns with the IFC framework, which is one of the highest standards in terms of following ESG aspects. And so we are now harmonizing, and also within our framework, we have what we call a common approach, because we know that the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, they get financing not only from us, we are the leading financier in the region, but they also get financing from the World Bank, as I mentioned, IFC and other development partners. So for them, it would be following different standards, right? Which is not appropriate. So the common approach allows us to say, okay, so if you're already following the World Bank standards, for example, the approach is common to ours, and there's no additional requirements, for the projects we finance. So in that sense, we're trying to help the beneficiaries, the countries.
And Crystal, do you build into that? One of the things that, and Tariq will get into this in a minute, that I think is somewhat of a criticism of international funding agencies is, what's the follow-on audit that you do afterwards to ensure that those goals that you had set out as part of the funding are actually met when the project is completed? in putting together the framework, did you take a look at that too? And from a risk management standpoint, build in some back end controls as well to make sure that the goals were met?
Yes, definitely. And that's very key, what you're saying. So the monitoring happens throughout the project and not only when it has ended. Some of the lessons learned we have incorporated are, for example, we have established a mandatory grievance mechanism for all of the projects that we finance that allows communities or people that are affected by the projects that we finance to have a way of saying, okay, whatever you're doing in this project is affecting us and we have a grievance and we want to voice that. So this is one of the controls that we are giving to the communities, right? But we also have other controls that we also set in place in terms of following on a very regular manner during the lifetime of a project if the ESG risks are being mitigated. If not, what kind of corrective actions to put in place. And all of this is documented, and all of this forms part of the monitoring system that we have.
Okay. Good. And Tariq, you know, thinking about that, I think one of the things that you've had some criticism of ESG programs in the past. And, you know, I was reading some as well in terms of carbon emission reduction programs. And really, I think there have been some studies most recently published in PNAS and also in carbonplan.org, kind of taking the shine off some of those programs and saying, you know, there's really not a great way to measure how effective they are. What is, from your perspective, you know, when you look at all of the ESG reports that come out there, and I'm sure when you did your due diligence at BlackRock and you talked to people about ESG programs, you would walk away thinking, I can't believe that climate change is an issue because everyone's got these great programs, right, to fix it. But what are some of the criticisms that are there about programs that really don't make them as effective as they look on paper?
I think the biggest challenge is that there's a belief that ESG creates social impact, and that is not proven at all. What you know, there's two ways of looking at it. One is, does ESG have value to an investment process or to any corporate process looking for profit, right? Whether it's a company, right, you know, or an investor who's looking to create profits to that company. I think I mean, there's a little bit of value from data, but my experience, it was quite exaggerated. And the sense that I got was that we were talking about ESG more than any other data set with that level of importance to the investing process, because it stands for environmental and social at a time that society is demanding more be done on environmental social issues. And so I didn't find it had as much investment value as I would have liked. I mean, I wanted it to, because, you know, obviously, but it didn't. The second and bigger challenge, I don't think it created any social impact, right? I mean, on the margins, you might avoid things that are bad for society. But the problem is, unless there's a penalty to a company, it doesn't really matter if they have a bad ESG profile, because, you know, ultimately investor capital is not going to change as much. Like, people think if you divest and this, that, and the other, that doesn't really work. At the end of the day, the capital markets work according to a really simple premise, which is that if it's legal and it makes money, someone's going to finance it, right? I mean, that's, you know, that's always the case. So not owning something that's bad or you know, avoiding it doesn't really do very much. And so the concern I have a little bit is that you know, there's a possibility now that it's becoming a placebo, because people think that ESG creates social impact. In fact, all you're doing is giving some sort of a snapshot with some level of blurriness in the data. As Sophia mentioned, it's getting better, but it's, you know, there's still a hodgepodge of standards. So you have something that sort of is around reporting, and the reporting is getting better. But even as the reporting gets perfect, there's no substitute for the fact that you have two things that work against you. Number one, the straitjacket of fiduciary duty, right? Every part of the system, people have to, you know, you're marshaling and investing someone else's capital, right? Whether you're a senior manager at Amazon building a new factory, or you're a portfolio manager at a big firm, you're investing someone else's money. And so you have strict rules on how you can use that. And it's, again, you have to focus on dollar value and return. That gets combined with persistent market failures. right? And so you end up in situations where, I would talk to portfolio managers and they'd say, listen, for some strategies, it's a 30-year real asset strategy. You've got buildings and, you have to think about climate risks. For the vast majority, they're very short-term and liquid. And so I'd have portfolio managers sort of say, listen, like, ESG is great, the information is nice, but like, we have a 3-month hold period, so it doesn't matter to us because climate change can happen in 10 or 20 years or it's not happening in this region or this geography or whatever. And so they just tend to then keep financing things that probably aren't good for society because their hands are tied to profit and those are still profitable. And so I think that fundamentally what economists have told us for 100 years now, since Arthur Pigou, started talking about externalities to 3 years ago when William Nordhaus won the Nobel Prize in economics for his work in climate science, they've been saying, the government needs to internalize externalities through taxes and regulation. And the impression I got was that need was coming up against a set of economic philosophies that have existed since the 1980s, right? It's really what people call neoliberalism. It says free markets solve all problems. And so, people are looking for, frankly, anything that delays taxes and regulation. And so that was my concern was that, I say this as a capitalist and a former investment banker, have an MBA, capitalism has limits. And it's like a sports event that is a competitive sport. Players are playing, at some point they play dirty because it wins games. You kind of think, well, where's the referee, right? That's how you solve this. I think it's in some sense that we've been blinded in society to thinking that there is a referee and ESG, unfortunately done incorrectly, actually makes matters worse because it convinces people that something is getting done. And that's not to cast aspersions on people doing it. I mean, it obviously has a modicum of value, but if it's blown up as being, the answer to a lot of these challenges, what we're going to find in the next 5 years is that ESG assets are going to grow exactly alongside inequality, carbon emissions, all the things that we think it's meant to solve because the financial mechanics underlying it don't really add up to any real social change.
Right. I think, to your point, I think one of the things that I've always found is when you look at the indices that track socially responsible or environmentally responsible companies, they do well anyway, right? So, it's the same. The companies that make the indices that have the programs are doing well anyway. So they're investing some, amount in it, but is that amount, like as you said, necessarily enough to make a difference?
Yeah, I mean
that's scale.
Yeah, exactly. It really, unfortunately, isn't. At least not on the timeline we need changes made. Right. We need real systemic change, and I think that you kind of look at COVID-19, right? Think of COVID-19 as a systemic crisis where we needed to flatten the curve because science told us it'd be really bad if we didn't. Everyone understood that involved government action, right? Mandatory masks indoors, restricting travel, closing schools and bars and so on. That happened because the incubation period of COVID-19 is weeks. Climate change, the incubation period is decades. And so all of the policy experts are saying we need a carbon tax. We need vehicle emissions limits. We need a whole bunch of things that are rules that govern the competitive marketplace. Within that, capitalism operates. It's kind of like, a sports event. The NBA moves the three-point line or does this and that, and players adapt. And we, unfortunately, haven't really done that. And that's my concern is that, you have a lot of interest groups that want to keep the status quo the way it is, right? In particular in the U.S. after Citizens United, right? 11 years ago and all this money in politics, it's tough to change things. And that's where, the concern a little bit is that, if you use a sports analogy, ESG is kind of like rating players on their sportsmanship, right? Their good sportsmanship.
It's the Lady Bing.
Yeah, and so it's important to understand their sportsmanship, but again, that in and of itself, that transparency is helpful, but it's not enough unless someone's penalizing bad behavior. And that needs to happen, and it can coexist with everything happening in ESG. Unfortunately, the way the narrative has kind of gone in recent years, particularly out of Wall Street, it's not complementary to taxes and regulation. It's a replacement for it, and that's very problematic.
So what you're saying is that, and Crystal and Sophia, I want to get your view on this as well, that meaningful change probably, we talked about all the different rating agencies and so forth before, they're just applying a format to just kind of get a sense of what companies are doing, but meaningful change actually has to be driven by governmental entities that do put penalties in place, that do put meaningful incentives in place to change directions for companies and to really make a global impact on what's happening. Is that right?
Was that for me?
Yeah, I was just asking you.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, I think I'll give you one quick example on the importance of the legal bit. I saw companies, and I saw one where we were voting proxies, and we're looking at a company that has waste. It's some kind of food company or coffee company or something. They create a lot of waste because their products are not recyclable. There were shareholder resolutions saying, you should make it, you should improve that and make the materials recyclable and so on. Obviously, it costs more money to do that. And so the challenge is, as a fiduciary, you look at that, and I remember looking at it and thinking to myself, I can't vote for this unless society is going to penalize the company. Because if the truth is the company can get away with it forever, they're just going to create waste, dump it somewhere else. It's someone else's problem 50 years from now. And then I say, no, you should spend more money to get rid of that problem. Technically, that could be a breach of my fiduciary duty, because my duty is to shareholders, not to, the public interest. And that's the challenge, is when you have market failures, you have what's in short-term interest shareholders and you have the long-term public interest. If those don't align, really only government can, come in and change the rules. And it's not even government building stuff. We don't want government building electric cars and stuff. We just want them changing the regulations and penalties so that we incentivize the kind of behavior we want more of and disincentivize the stuff we don't want.
All right. Yeah, Crystal, on that end, one of the things I think as a development bank that you deal with is issues where there's inconsistencies in countries between what they're asking for and then the regulations that they have within the country that may be inapposite or don't even address some of the changes that we were talking about. How, from a development bank standpoint, do you reconcile those differences in those countries, and how does that figure into what you're doing from an investment standpoint?
Sure. It could be very tricky, but the way we see it is, all of the countries have a long-term, or let's say medium-term strategy that usually has their goals in all of the sectors of the economy. And we could be financing any of these sectors, but then we wouldn't be really having that social impact or that economic impact we're looking at. So considering the trends that we see in the world, considering the importance of some of the aspects, so for example, let's say infrastructure or education, knowing how a country's development challenge show that maybe these two sectors are very important for that specific country because of what you mentioned, the regulations are not really aligned, etc. What we do then, we embark in a dialogue with the country, saying we feel that if you focused on these two sectors, for example, the impact that this will have in your macroeconomic figures or in your social standing will be much higher than if we were to focus on other sectors, let's say, that the country would want to have, right? So it's a lot of dialogue, but it's also a lot of helping the country align its regulations and legislation to what is important. And one thing for me that is concerning right now in terms of the fast pace of changes in the regulations that we're just discussing, and I'm very aligned with what Tarek mentioned in terms of the need to have regulations in place that are enforceable, is that the countries that we're serving are not seeing that, or it will take them another 5-10 years just to get the regulations in place in their own country, right? So obviously right now, everyone is focusing on the recovery post-pandemic. And so that's the kind of short-term urgency. But then you have all of these regulations changing in terms of climate change, ESG, etc. And it's not their focus right now. So it is also our role to see and show the countries that there is also importance for you to focus on that. And I just want to give one example is what we call stranded assets. So stranded assets are, let's say, big infrastructure that one country could build. For example, you're just discovered oil in your soil and you want to build a lot of oil exploration type infrastructure or natural gas, etc. Right now, a country could be thinking, okay, this is great for me. It means for the next 50 plus years, I have all of my economic growth schedule. But then we know that the population and some countries' mind are changing in terms of having a green recovery, in terms of having more renewable energy, which means that a country may be investing in an asset that will be stranded in maybe just 5-10 years from now instead of 50 years, right? So this is the type of dialogue we are having with the countries to show them the importance of looking at what's happening in the world in terms of regulations and in terms of how they need to adjust their own legislation.
And then do you place restrict, or do you replace, or do you create incentives for companies in the funding that if they do pass legislation or kind of things, there'll be more funds available, or how do you handle the incentive side of things?
All right, so incentives wouldn't be as for a company, let's say, because we're talking about a sovereign government.
Right.
To decide what they want. I guess for us, being a development finance would provide financing at a very low rate compared to the market. So in some of the countries, the poorest countries, we have what we call concessional rates, where we're very low, almost 0% interest rate for the projects we finance, no? So that in itself is an incentive for the country to maintain relationship with us and to continue getting financing for us, right?
Okay.
So I wouldn't call it as an incentive, but again, we do kind of try and steer some priorities that we see will be very impactful for the country in a positive way.
Good. And Sophia, as you sit back and think about this with your experience, both on the public sector side of things and then the private sector, what are your thoughts on how can governments, how can NGOs, how can companies think about an ESG program that addresses some of the issues we've talked about in terms of effectiveness and begin driving, at least on a company by company level, change that matters within that company, and hopefully other companies will follow on that pathway, rather than just greenwashing or producing a nice program that really doesn't do much.
Right. So I think there are basically two types of regulations, right? So the first one is the one that is aimed at sort of reducing or help the economy decarbonize, right? So get rid of the greenhouse gas emissions, reduce emissions as fast as possible. And so that's one, right? We're working on that front everywhere. Every single government now in the world has enacted a policy or developing programs, right? So that is good, right? And that touches upon the point that Crystal was talking about on the stranded assets, right? So they know that they need to start reducing greenhouse gas emissions by allocating capital to renewable energy rather than carbon-intensive industries. And then there is the other pillar, right? We have the ESG regulation. So the financial sector, and we learned this in the subprime crisis, right? We learned that the financial sector needs to be regulated. And this is not happening now, not yet. And while the first one, which is the decarbonization type of policies, move forward, we are not seeing the same movement in the ESG side of things or in the capital market side of things, right? So we need to combine both, right? And this is not happening yet. Perhaps in the UK, in the European Union is happening. The US is a little bit delayed. As Tariq mentioned, there are interest groups that would not like to have things change, but it will have to change because just last week, I think, or 2 weeks ago, the European Union enacted this policy about the carbon tax adjustments, right? So every single commodity that goes into Europe, right, would have to be taxed, although they are not calling it tax. So it's going to be a mechanism to sort of tax the carbon intensive products that come to Europe, right? And that is going to affect the US. And that is going to affect Canada and other countries, and of course, Latin America. So these two levels of policies have to interact. So on the first hand, we have to work with the financial sector, and also we have to work with the sectors that are carbon intensive to help them decarbonize, right? Use less and less fossil fuels. And well, in Latin America, things move slower than in the US sometimes, but Latin America, for good or bad, is very connected to the US. So I'm talking perhaps more as a Mexican national. Mexico is very connected to the US. 75% of the exportation goods go to the US, or more, probably more. And so in terms of commerce and commercial relationships, trade relationships, there has to be a conversation, right, on both sides. Financial sector, so the multilateral banks, tier 1 and tier 2 banks would have to be at some point regulated. And it's not only that, because multilateral banks sort of are regulated, Christelle already told us that, but banks in the financial sector, institutional investors that sort of provide the resources to make things happen, would have to align to whatever is happening in Europe, right? To whatever is being called green from nowadays onwards.
But it also seems like, Sophia, when you talk about that and you know, think about what Tarek had said earlier, the incentives need to be aligned, not, I think, necessarily along investment lines, because as Tarek said, I don't think you interfere with that fiduciary duty, right? That you're going to invest in the highest return option possible, but it has to be with the governmental intervention in making sure that companies are going the right way, and hopefully changing some of the behavior of companies, hopefully not by implementing an extensive, exhaustive set of regulations that just sits there and nobody checks in on it or something like that, but by an actively managed system of incentives and penalties. Is that one of the trends that, Sophia, you're starting to see outside of the United States? Again, the United States is kind of locked in this existential battle right now over these kind of issues. But outside of the United States, are you beginning to see that in the EU, in New Zealand, and other countries?
Yes, totally. I'm seeing this particularly in the European Union, right? So what I'm seeing is this trend, especially in Europe, that they started a long time ago regulating or enacting policies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. They started 20 years ago. So the transition to regulate the financial sector or start putting carbon tax adjustments it's very natural, it's smooth, right? But in the US and in other jurisdictions or regions around the world, we learned this really late. So it's already 2021, right? The COVID pandemic hit us last year, and we are still thinking, what are we going to do in terms of disclosing our ESG and climate related risks, right? And we want to sort of leapfrog. We want to do everything in 1 year, right? We want to regulate, we want to do all that, while it takes time. It takes a lot of time to get things right. But we were late, right? We were late. And this is going to cost us very much. This is going to cost the companies. This is going to cost the financial sector. And this is going to cost individuals, because at the end, the cost is passed through to the individuals, right? If there's an increase in the cost of any commodity or of any product, right? So yeah, it's happening, but at different paces, because they already have this learning curve. We have a very steep learning curve in the US and in Latin America. So we are moving fast, but not as fast as we would have to, and not at the pace as the climate change catastrophic events happening in the near future.
Well, we've only got a few minutes here, and I think we've covered a lot of ground on not only identifying what ESG is, but what companies are doing for it, what development banks are doing, investors, some of the issues with it. Briefly, and let's start, Crystal, with you, and then I'll go to Tarek and Sophia. What are the trends that you see? What are something that you see over the next 2 to 5 years? Let's just say one thing that you think is going to change for the better when it comes to ESG reporting and ESG programming or programs.
So one trend that I feel is happening and see it fast and furious is seeing climate risks as a financial risk. So there was a long debate first of whether climate change really exists or not. We're past that. And then there was also some kind of debate of whether climate change applies to anyone, companies, governments, or people. And I think we're now accepting that it impacts all of us. What is now important, I feel, is that people, companies, governments are realizing that this has a financial implication for them as well. And so because of that, I think that may be the spark that will speed up the change and that Sophia just mentioned in terms of transitioning and regulating and perhaps also taxing. So yeah, I'll stay there.
Thanks, Crystal. Tarek, what do you think?
I would say I agree with what Crystal said. I think you'll see growth in a bunch of these areas, climate risks being one of them. I think my hope is that you'll also see a growth in people sort of understanding the limits of that also, right? Because something like climate risks even, it's risks to your portfolio, right? Not to the planet. And so it's really financial asset mitigation or adaptation strategy, sorry, right? And so like I have a joke where I'll say that, you go to someone in Miami and tell them that climate risks in the financial system are not really about preventing climate change from destroying Miami. It's more about like getting our money out before it hits, right? I mean, that's effectively what it is, right? It's sort of, and so it has an important role to play for financial stability, but I don't think the challenge is what we have to answer the question on actually stopping climate change and curbing these excesses. And my hope is that honestly, COVID-19, I think, is going to create a swing back after many decades into the belief that we need government to address systemic crises, because whether it's a global pandemic, it's climate crisis, it's an alien invasion, like whatever it is, it's not the CEO of Walgreens or BlackRock that's going to save us. It's going to be the U.S. president or democratic entities that with the special powers and legitimacy to make changes. And so I think my hope is we'll see that coming. And I think that actually is probably good for the ESG movement, practiced correctly, because if ESG is a metric for understanding good sportsmanship and the good citizens, well, it's always better to be a good sportsman on the field if there's a referee who's penalizing, bad sportsmanship and giving red cards out to the dirty players. And I think on some level, ESG strategies, and it becomes a lot more important if there are actually penalties being applied to misbehavior.
Great. And Sophia, you get the last word.
I get the last word. Very challenging. So yeah, I completely agree with Tarek and Christelle. I would probably add a couple of points to that. So I see as a trend the increased ESG sensitivity. We will see more ESG, cross-asset ESG integration. We will have more industry-focused tools, active ownership, right? We saw last week or a couple of weeks ago the Exxon scandal, right? So more pressure from stakeholders. But apart from that, in terms of subjects, I see also biodiversity loss risk, right? So the recently announced Task Force on Nature-related Financial Disclosures, right, the TNFD, will also shape how investors, institutional investors, will see biodiversity, right? So this is coming next, and it's huge. I would say it's actually bigger than climate risks. That's one. And the last point I would like to make is technology, right? So we are seeing more and more artificial intelligence, machine learning, and Tarek, of course, can speak to this, but this type of technology will allow us to basically watch where greenwashing is happening, right? So whenever you have the ability to match the sustainability reports with what is really happening at the local level, using local news, Twitter, Facebook, etc., you will have a way to really find loopholes in the reporting. So I would say technology is one of the big assets of our time. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Well, thank you all. You know, on behalf of everybody watching, I hope, you know, I know everybody has learned a lot through this. And I think one of the things is to have three thought leaders like yourselves talk through some of these issues and not just talk about here's how to build an ESG program. I hope has been very educational and in some ways inspiring for people to follow the examples of let's, you know, put together programs that are effective, that do push change, to move governments to make the change. I think the response to COVID worldwide has been something that inconsistent, but at the end of the day, I think it's going to be hopefully a success story at some point in the future, and a roadmap, Derek, as you said, for how government can get back into the game, right? In a big way. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it. And Robin, back to you.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you to all of our panelists for joining us this afternoon. We really appreciate your insights and your time and joining us in this enlightening conversation. And hopefully our audience learned a little something more about ESG and it's the way it is executed in the different industries in which you guys represent. I would like to wrap up the conversation by thanking everyone for joining us today for the Americas Leadership Forum. This is the last event of our day, and to give a huge thanks to our sponsors of the event, our presenting sponsor EY, and our supporting sponsors Greenberg Traurig and the Denver Economic Development and Opportunity Office. So it's been an exciting day of conversations, and we are really appreciative of all of the incredible leaders from across the Americas who have joined us today. And thank you especially to these panelists here for this conversation. And with that, I would like to close out and hope everyone has a wonderful afternoon. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes. On behalf of Mayor Michael B. Hancock, we thank you, the Cuban Study Group, for joining us in Denver. We hope you've enjoyed your visit to our vibrant and globally connected city. I'm Stephanie Garnica, Director of Denver's Global Business Development Team. Our work aims to both support the existing global community in our city, while also promote our amazing business environment and lifestyle to foreign businesses and governments that are looking to expand into the U.S. I'm so pleased that our city is home of the Biennial of the Americas, whose mission embodies the essence of our city. We are all about creating connections, building community, and inspiring change through collaborations and partnerships. And the work of you and the Biennial of the Americas is critical to making that happen. Thanks to all of you for engaging and sharing your insights to strengthen our international ties for stronger and more meaningful relationships that will benefit all of us in the Americas. We wish you well, and thanks again for participating.